and spend their money fast. Do it all for that, beat it out and beat it fast. While I'm on that ass, when you do that shit, you do that shit, do that shit, yeah, do that shit, do that shit, yeah, do that shit, do that shit, yeah, do that shit, yes, do that shit, yeah, do that shit, do that shit, yeah, do that shit, do that shit, yeah, do that shit, yeah, do, and that money, but I'm with money, and I'm with the money. Do it for me. Oh, we're processing that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. To think somebody took the time to make a jazz album out of old video game music. Hello, fancy. Where's that other playlist I had? Scroll, 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 scroll. Here we go. Gaming Pride, Frosty Games, India, PC Showcase. And with this, we will be finally done with SGF coverage. Alright, don't want Saturday to get me fucking banned. Lord knows that these fucking black artists will claim any and everything under the sun, because that's how they know the system works. Let's have the event be bigger than the game. Blah, 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 blah. Put this to screen, lock this in place, put this here. Slightly bigger. I guess that'll do. Until I have the webcam, it's much harder to divide these into parts. It's not like I need a lot of space. I want to filter in with numbers. Give people time to settle in. I send out this tweet post. They really called it game. Oh, that's the part that's the funniest here. They actually called it gaming with a G-A-Y-M-I-N-G. ba ba ba. Ba 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 bee 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 ba 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 ba. Get out of here. Ba da 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 da. Ba dum bum ba da ba da da. Boom ba da dum doo. Ba da dum dum dum. Dum 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 dum. Ba da 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 da. That's my screen. That's my screen. That's my post. And I copy this. Close that. Close these. Close some of these. Okay. Today is the last day of SGS coverage that I need to do. We have looked at and viewed every single event. Overall, the entire show kind of has like a C+5. Some days and some presentations are definitely standouts, better than others. Mexicans winning again. South Americans winning again. But alas, the event is not complete if we do not watch all of them. So today is the last day of watching all of them. And we're starting off with Gaming Pride, which is probably going to be exactly what you expect on the cover. Oh boy, the screen's stuck. Let me fix it. Interesting. That button doesn't want to work. Okay, fix it. Now it doesn't want to work again. What the fuck? Huh? I reset the page, then it didn't work. Then I reset the page. Now the picture isn't working at all. Well then. But the buttons close it does. Ain't that about a big? Am I relaunching Update Brave? Yes, I am. Maybe that's a Brave problem. Close the window, refresh the window. Now we're cooking with grease. Okay. What is it about the OBS panel that makes it not want to function? I might have to change the game. Because whatever's causing that to be a problem is very annoying. Let's try it using Watch Together. Let's try it using this. I'll just have to manually pause and unpause. But before we do that, just look at how much rainbow is on the screen. Rainbow titling, rainbow numbering. Mostly the unaffiliated dogshit versions of the pride flag. The original pride flag. Without the brown, without the circle, without the caveat chevron divot. But then you have the transgender pastel flag behind it. So, not all the prides then, Kappa. But then you have LGBTQ+, because you know for a fact you cannot put out the entire spelling. So ultimately, it's basically normal pride and then transgenders in the back. And then you got the two women, because the two women are in love. You're the only two wearing two heart shirts, and they're holding hands. Stereotypical dance music. I already saw in the preview that it's black queers. Gird your loins, children.
Welcome, everybody.
Ooh. That is definitely a choice to open on. This one's going to have the most to criticize here, okay? I can tell you that right now. This is a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot right there. Ugh. It's a lot. It's a lot. Goddamn. Stunning, brave, stunning, integrity, curiosity, courage. You can start sounding like a Kingdom Hearts character summoning attacks. Wisdom! Power! Okay. I have found my composure.
It's the Gaming Pride Parade here at Summer Game Fest. I am one of your co-hosts, Milady Confetti.
Okay. Look, listen to me. Listen. Carl, you're just making fun of trans people. No, I'm not. This is clearly a drag queen in full costume. And what I can only assume is at least a queer, if not, using your language, cisgender gendered woman. If I took the name and I put it on the other side of the placard, that would have been what I would have expected the drag queen's name to be, right? Because Milady Confetti sounds like a drag queen's name. It sounds like a drag queen's name. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate my point. Because it's a really easy point. It's really easy. It's really simple to demonstrate what I'm saying, okay? Here, okay? It's so retarded how bad it is. And how easy it is to understand. That assuming that I saved it, or I thought I saved it, I can demonstrate it with a fucking TikTok. Make sure it's just the right one. Let's see here, let's see here, let's see here, let's see here, let's see here. There's one that I think I didn't save, so I need to go on my phone and pull it up. I can do that real easy right here. One thing I wish applications like TikTok would stop trying to do would stop trying to make itself into a cell phone app dependent service. I should not have to go onto my phone to go into my background research to pull up the shit that I want. Okay. Profile. Into watch history, activity center, watch history, clowns, Wickerdick, clowns, Wickerdick. No, I did not say that. Shame on you, Carl.
Clown name. Wonderful, the clown changes.
Okay. So now, if I refresh this page, it should be in here. Yeah, it is in here.
Your clown name.
Okay. Direct your eyes to the screen, please. Alright, so I'm gonna hit you with this, and I'm gonna hit you with this, okay? It's gonna be real simple. Boom, boom, boom. Alright? So, when you show me this,
and
you open your show like this,
Welcome everybody to the Gaming Pride Parade here at Summer Game Fest. I am one of your co-hosts, Milady Confetti.
And hello, my name is Jax from season 15 of RuPaul's Drag Race.
Yeah.
see, they have the simplest fucking name, and they're just a drag queen. So how the fuck is the drag queen's name simpler than the cis woman's name, right? But you see, what it feels like when you hear it for the first time, full force in your face, is it feels like this.
Wonderful, the clown changes. Your clown name. Wonderful, the clown changes. What's your real name? Julia.
What's your clown name?
Strawberry.
What's your real name?
Haley.
What's your clown name?
Priscilla Mooseburger. Also Miss Moose.
And what's your real name?
Trisha.
What's your clown name?
I am Ace.
What's your real name? What's your clown name?
Twinkle John Stinkle.
What's your real name?
Pass.
Like, there's an element to the name you choose, both in drag queening, as well as in clowning, as well as in broadcasting. Syndication, ladies and gentlemen, syndication. Mock me all you want. If I can shorten SinglePlayerCarl to Carl, It's a lot better than me sitting up here saying, Alistair, Jean, AJ. And when you hit me in my mouth, with Lady Confetti right out the gate, yeah, I might as well have said my name is Trevisha, but you can call me Milady Confetti. Stereotypical black name, but you could call me Milady Confetti. I'm Tawanda, but they call me Lady Confetti on all platforms. See how it dribbles off the tongue? That's why it's hilarious that the person who is the drag queen has the better fucking name. Show hasn't even started yet, alright? You're fighting years! You're fighting years of stereotyping. And out the gate, you're already fucked up. Okay?
Yes. Now, a little bit about me. I love magical girls, indie games, and I love my cozy hobbies.
And
what do you like about them? What do you like about them? You've got so many Funko Pops in your background. Quickly. What do you like about them? 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 Ah, you just like aesthetics. You just like aesthetics. Fake gamer girl. Throw her away. Bring me the real gay queers. Bring me the real gay queers.
I am your competitive cheerleading diva, which means I get just as competitive in my gaming. So bring on the games.
Jax says slurs. Jax says slurs. Of course they do. There are black. Stop it, Carl. Jax says slurs. Okay? I like that. Women, you're being outclassed. Where's the real gamer girls that say slurs, okay? Where's the real cutesy non-trans femme NB queers that call people slurs on tape? Where are they? Quickly, somebody go get Asher Roboto. Bring her up here real quick. Make her fight a data fight in Kingdom Hearts 2 real quick. We need her primed and ready for the table. Ah! Sometimes it's too easy. And sometimes the deconstruction and reconstruction, it just happens right there.
Today we're celebrating queer creativity, queer developers, and the incredible games helping push this industry forward.
This showcase is presented in partnership with the Gaming Foundation.
And this was obviously done on tape, because that was a hard cut.
An organization dedicated to uplifting LGBTQ here at Summer Games.
Indie games, stylish action.
And honestly, community programs partnership with the Gaming Foundation.
I get just as competitive in my gaming, so bring on the games. Today we're celebrating queer.
Yeah, that was a hard cut. So they're reading off a script, obviously. The monitor is in the top right corner for Confetti. Top right, left corner, camera right, face right for Jax. They're reading off a script. So they scripted this one. You could say they scripted all of the showcases, right? But the video packet, they controlled this one. Oh, this one could not fuck up. They could not fuck this one up.
Queer creativity, queer developers, and the incredible games helping push this industry forward.
This showcase is presented
Another hard cut.
in partnership with the Gaming Foundation, an organization dedicated to uplifting LGBTQIA+ people all across gaming through mentorship, community programs, advocacy, and support of queer creators.
Their work helps create more opportunities and visibility for queer developers, players, streamers, esports talent, and gaming communities around the world.
And honestly, today is the perfect example of that mission in action.
Do you have any examples of them doing such things at these events? You know, in a video packet, in this pre-prepared video packet, you could have had blurred across the screen like they've done in every other presentation. Just like they do every year for Wholesome Games. No? Not at all? Alright, mock to the camera, girls.
We've got an amazing lineup ahead featuring indie games, stylish action games, cozy adventures, horror mysteries, witches, detectives, drama, and so much more from queer creators and inclusive studios.
And while we celebrate Pride today, this showcase is also about recognizing that queer stories and queer talent belong in gaming all year round.
But before we fully jump in,
I mean, nobody was arguing that they weren't. The difference is that there's an obvious dip in quality between the games that are, quote, focused on queers versus the games that are focused on non-queers. Which is really to say, is it made for cocks or is it made for vaginas? It's a very bad distinction to make. It matters infinitely more if the game has to target the demographic versus if it's just accessible to the demographic. It's a much bigger crime if something is accessible to a demographic but ultimately fails in its delivery, as opposed to it must target the demographic and without that demographic it dies on the vine. One of them implies that you literally cannot survive without the assistance. Excuse me. The other implies that it is a choice. And if it's a choice apparandi, then it's a decision-making factor that can be addressed and can be fixed, but ultimately isn't a consequence at the end of the day. These two things are not the same. They are probably drastically different. Is it a crime? Yes, actually, it is a crime. The biggest reason is because it's requiring you to basically turn your brain off and assume that what is in front of you with your eyes and ears is not the product of your eyes and ears. That's the main reason. Argumentatively, what you're asking for is you're asking for mercy. What you're asking to be granted is a blanket descriptor. You want me to turn my brain off and say, come on, it can't be that bad, while you then demonstrate reasons why it, in fact, can be that bad. So I'll give you an example. Lo-fi spirit swaps and lo-fi beats to match 3-2 might as well be called the Kissing Lesbians game, because there's no actual competitive integrity to the game. It's less a game, and it's more a slideshow. Is it the end of the world that it's a slideshow? No. But is it worth the time playing? No, it is not. I'd have more time playing something else. Now, Pendulum Swing, one of the mini games that we really should, always some fucking manure, should get back to. That game has all of the intentions that come along with queer storytelling and writing. But at the end of the day, it is telling a greater story. See, if I didn't waste that 10 piece, it would have been perfect here. You've got orc captains getting impregnated by somebody who apparently got some bomb orchidic. You've got a half-dwarf going throughout a Art Deco city trying to discover who took a weapon that belongs to them. They obviously are a lesbian because they had a female partner, and they are meeting various casts of characters that fit into a universe that basically is, what if Dungeons and Dragons adapted itself into the world of The Great Gatsby? It doesn't make the story bad. It doesn't make the story unplayable. But it does make the theme translatable, because now, instead of just hard concepts, you now have transistence of the concept. Meaning, instead of the part where you're just staring at it like, well, where's the funny? Where's the jokes? Where's the intrigue? Where's the relatability? The relatability is, you know, yeah, I think I could be a rough and tumble captain that could be a person who really likes to be for myself and my crew, who just finds myself getting bomb dick from somebody out for port and whoop, I'm pregnant. Aw, man, that really sucks. Well, I guess I'm just gonna drink and eat my sorrows out here in this rinky-dink tavern where I potentially give advice to this half-dwarf who's walking around in a fucking ball gown looking for evidence to look into the intrigues of what's going on in the city, while also attending and helping a bunch of people around me. It's an already unlikely situation, but the relatability factors for each character you introduce has to have relatable factors where people can see themselves in the characters. Not see themselves in the characters. See themselves in the characters. Relate to them on some fashion. And as we all know, there are some women for whom which this heavily applies to, and for others in which this doesn't. So, is it a great way to make the game relatable? Why, yes it is. If there's an audience that loves the game enough that they remastered it, there has to be. It doesn't happen out of nothing. It didn't come from nowhere. But on the flip side of that, you get games like Creature Kind. Creature Kind basically is, please stop using so much magic before the world no longer has any magic, and you debate people. Is that game accessible to NB queers? Why, yes it is. It's basically magic, but it's debate club. Is it bad? In the sense in which you're talking mechanics, no. But in the sensibilities of what it's trying to construct, the worldview that it's trying to go for, the design and emphasis that it's trying to go for, debatable. Literally debatable. What you and I might see as a failing, somebody else might see as the reason why it matters. Imagine having people care about the environment and worrying about whether or not things will go to waste and how we can all help preserve the environment. This is a meaningful story, especially if you're a person who cares about the environment. It's right up there in line with the idea and the itinerary of such a company such as Green Games. But if you put it in the procession of only speaking about it from the position of, but gay, well, what does homosexuality? What does non-heteronormativity actually do to this concept? That's the question that you're asking there. If I take a straight woman and a straight man out of it, and I put in Letitia, the partially disabled NB queer, that is a multi-quadriplegic amputee, that is also transgender and Muslim, how do I change the understanding of the plot line in front of me? How is it altered? How is it improved? If I don't have an answer to that, then you, by part, have the answer to your question. It isn't changed. There is no infusion of these concepts that magically removes the factor that now comes into play with the rest of the content. The queerness does not inform the understanding of the material, and so it's replaceable. In other words, there is no factor of this immutable process that can be transmutable into a different format. That means that it is inherently queer at its core, which means it's easily dismissed. This is what we call an unfalsifiable understanding. So, if my game has to be relatable to the people whom which it is designed for, the queers, I want content that puts it in that limelight where it is undeniably gay. When I mean undeniably gay, I mean Shay Apocalypse Rantasmo needs more gay. That's what I expect out of it. I expect you to break down to me how, if I'm not queer, I don't understand what's happening here. I am not intentionally doing slut rhymes. It's just coming out my mouth so closely. But you effectively have to paint the picture, and the picture has to make sense. If picture don't make sense, me confused and lost. If me confused and lost, how would other person be confused and also lost? That's not being intentionally dense. That's not begging the question to look for something to insult. That's asking the question of, I need you to educate me. What about it makes it specific that you think that gayness is something that, number one, isn't already a part of the forefront of a person's creative passion, and that you must explicitly push it forward as though it's going out of style and or going extinct. You gotta convince me. Just like you gotta convince thousands and thousands of people. Just like you have to convince the investors. If you can't answer that question in a show call meeting, guess what? You don't get funding. But alas, I digress. At this point, I'm basically filibustering.
To the showcase, we want to take a moment to spotlight the incredible organization helping make all of this possible.
Let's take a closer look at the Gaming Foundation and the work they do to support queer people across gaming.
Hi, I'm Gilberto Williams.
So now we choose to do it afterwards. So instead of having a slideshow and then focusing on what we're here for, the games! Now we're talking about what the organization does up front. I mean, they're hosting the show. Can't you do it all in between the show? Maybe in the bumpers? In the title card below? No? It has to be in the front of the games? If you put it in front of the games, do I get to have infinite joy with the games that you're presenting? Instead of just feeling like you're, burning my time? Burning my dread, even. No? Yes? No? Yes? No?
Gamboa, and I am part of the Gaming Foundation. I'm part of the organizing team for marketing and communications, action committee, and helping bring the Gaming Pride Parade to life. So thank
He's an HR manager.
you all for joining. I've been in the industry myself for about 10 years, so being connected to the Summer of Gaming, Summer Game Fest is very...
Summer of Gaming, Summer Games Fest. We are recording this! Do another take! Get it right! The branding matters! The branding matters!
special and important to me.
What is the Gaming Foundation?
Oh, I'd be pissed! They cut him off! In editing!
The Gaming Pride Parade to life. So thank you all for joining. I've been in the industry myself for about 10 years. So being connected to the Summer of Gaming, Summer Game Fest is very special and important to me.
What is the Gaming?
That means he is not a natural talker. I can respect that. If he's not a natural talker and he's usually behind the screen, probably doesn't get used to making announcements and presentations like this. That's alright. I'm still calling it out though. You can't do a pre-recorded show and not be prepared for what happens in the pre-recorded show. That's illegal. Or as Shorty would call it, a technical foul.
Foundation.
So the Gaming Foundation's mission is to uplift and create opportunities not only for queer gamers but also for LGBTQIA professionals and communities around the world. And we do this through support, visibility, and really pushing for representation.
How can people help?
Actually, for those of you watching, you are already helping. So if you want to help some more, please share this showcase. It's on demand, do it through YouTube or socials. Speaking of socials, follow Gaming Foundation across Instagram, Blue Sky, LinkedIn, your favorite social platform at GamingFDN, and that's GAYMINGFDN. You can also visit our website at Gaming Foundation.
That is a very long titling, my friend.
Platform at GamingFDN, and that's GAY.
I mean, why didn't you just dominate the word gaming? Just GAYING. Just dominate it. At gaming. Like, you can you can find us at gaming all platforms. That's GAYMING. You can find us on platform, and platform. It dominates the platform. It's the most recognizable way to distinguish your organization. You don't need the extra FDN at the end. You don't need it. Oh!
MINGFDN. You can also visit our website at gamingfoundation.org. That website will really tell you how you can get involved, donate, and help.
The website has to tell you how to get involved? You can't tell me how to get involved? The website is supposed to be an adjunct system to assist with teaching how to make it right. You don't have to have the website be the onboarder system. You're already here. You're the onboarder. Onboard me. Onboard me onto your cock. Onto your coccyx. Welcome me in and usher me to the world of gaming. Treat me like one of the French boys. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're here to do. They're just presenters. You're the actual working professional. If anybody should get this right, it is you. Alas, Kappa. It's a sin.
Our initiatives.
So, what's next for the Gaming Foundation?
Next, we have a couple of new programs and events like the Gaming Awards on Monday after Summer Game Fest weekend. You can watch that exclusively on World of Wonders WoW Percent Plus around the globe on Monday.
Do I have to pay for it?
June 8th at 7 p.m. So tune in. And that really celebrates queer voices in gaming. We also have a Pride event. It's the Rainbow Race Pokemon fundraiser. And that really has creators and competitive players supporting LGBTQ plus gamers. And this is just
supporting the gamers, not an organization, not a foundation, not a charity. Yeah, that sounds not interesting. It doesn't sound interesting, sir. And that's unfortunate. Because you gotta make it sound interesting. It sounds like something that is not worth the time. Which is unfortunate. Because it's gotta be worth the time. If not worth time, me not interested. Which is pretty much the standard for everybody.
beginning of something much bigger. So we can't wait to share more and have more for our communities around the world.
All right, let's kick things off with a game that asks one very important question. What if instead of fighting monsters in a dungeon, you flirted with them instead? Riz Dungeon, Skeleton Key to My Heart is a chaotic, hilarious...
We've seen this before during the show, but they're making it sound really gay. Really, really, and when I say gay in this context, I don't mean making it sound really homosexual. I mean to say they're making it sound very lame. It's a concept that's been done thousands of times before, with various different levels of appeal. Technically, it appeals to the chuds more than it would appeal to the gays, but they are, as the kids call it, transgenderifying it. Shroom-shining, if you will. Again, a word that I don't like using out of specific context, but this is one of them.
Dungeon crawler from queer-owned indie studio Snoozy Kazoo, where your greatest weapon isn't a sword.
It's your cock!
You play as Taffy, a hopelessly weak adventurer trying to win back her dangerously hot Dragon X by charming monster girls, building relationships, and somehow surviving the chaos along the way.
So it's a lesbian, well, technically, it's a bi woman trying to make her male ex jealous. We don't know anything about his sexuality, but we know about hers. Make her male partner jealous by basically flirting with hot women. It's the equivalent of a rebound fest at a bar. Yep, sounds like queers! The concept is more interesting than the way that it's being presented, but alas, the jokes are right there. The jokes write themselves, ladies and gentlemen. The jokes write themselves.
Relationship-driven combat, dynamic party interactions, sleepovers at the inn, and a whole lot of personality. This game feels equal parts dungeon crawler, dating sim, and a complete disaster.
Can we see clips of the game?
Let's take a look at Riz Dungeon, Skeleton, Key to My Heart.
No, we have to see after you tee it up? I have a lot more to criticize than to have to watch here on this one, because it's really painful how they do this. If you're going to tee up the game, you have to tee up the game and then present it. Like, you should have clips running in the background as you're saying it. Again, recorded performance. You tee it up in the background, and by teeing it up in the background, you make it so that it's much easier to present. Because you have to do less effort, not more effort. Because you're doing more effort, you're making this game sound laborious. And by doing it that way, it makes it harder to get into.
Alright, standard RPG, gather your party, traverse.
And then you've got a voiceover on top of it too! Huh! So you made it worse. You did double work. You did double work. So if you listen to it in full motion, it sounds like this.
You flirted with them instead. Riz Dungeon, Skeleton Key to My Heart is a...
And they already clipped it to begin with. So whatever the first original lead-in to this conversation was, they already clipped the hard part of it and slid the shit across the door.
Chaotic, hilarious dungeon crawler from queer-owned indie studio Snoozy Kazoo, where your greatest weapon isn't a sword. It's your pickup lines. You play as Taffy, a hopelessly weak adventurer trying to win back her dangerously hot dragon ex by charming monster girls, building relationships, and somehow
Also, excuse me, I'm assuming that the ex is male. I should actually assume that it's also another biphobic female that also selectively chooses to date other women. I'm sorry. I shouldn't make that assumption. How heteronormative of me!
Surviving the chaos along the way. With relationship-driven combat, dynamic party interactions, sleepovers at the inn, and a whole lot of personality, this game feels equal parts dungeon crawler, dating sim, and a complete disaster. Let's take a look at Riz Dungeon, Skeleton, Key to My Heart.
Alright, standard RPG, gather your party, traverse the dungeon. What? Obviously. In Riz Dungeon, you're weak as shit. So flirt with monster girls and let them do the fighting. Just try not to make them jealous. Everything you need to know about your girlfriends is on the worldwide spider web. Learn what really grinds their gears, or makes them devote their life to you. Grow closer to them at the end. Talk about your special interests, trauma dump, and then sleep in separate beds. Fed up with it? You could always... Wait. No, don't. Wait. Delve deeper into the dungeon to encounter new faces. More to kiss, more to recruit. So flirt your way through the dungeon, manage everyone's feelings, confront your ex. Normal RPG stuff. Riz Dungeon, Skeleton Key to My Heart. Launching September 17th, 2026.
You really should have had a female voice reading that. But alas, my point stands. And worse, it's been reinforced with really bad voice acting. Like, you cannot, in any meaningful way, make that the background of the game. That is killing what you have going on by a significant margin. It is not good. It can be better. It can be better. It can be improved. I know it's possible. They're capable of it. But it requires understanding that that is probably the lamest way you could have gone about it. Most slightly, that was the lamest way you could have gone about it. But mistakes can be made. It's alright. They're gonna get through it. They're gonna get through it.
Hi, I'm Carl and this is Yukon and we're from Suzy Kazoo and we're...
There's a statement that could be made, and that statement is, why do all lesbians look like that? What's that, Carl? And we're moving right along.
presenting Riz Dungeon, Skeleton Key to My Heart.
We're Snoozy Kazoo. We are previously known for the Turnip Bowl.
Ah, I see. So we've got the transgender, and then we have their partner? No, coworker. Honestly, if you just pause on this frame here, and you just look at them in the face, looks matched, would you be wrong to assume that they are just sisters by two different parents? Or do two different sets of parents? It's an easy mistake you can make. But alas, they are designing for the target audience. And so I asked the same question I asked earlier. What specifically makes the way you made this game design it to be made for only the queers? What specific part of it? I'm not seeing it. And I'm trying really hard to see it. And I mean really hard. Because what I can say here is that it has almost been a proven fact that there is not enough of a marketplace in order for a company, a first party, second party, third party, in any context, to be sustainable when it comes to the content of the material that they are putting forward. It's just not a popular genre. But what exactly means that you have to sell to an already hyper niche audience, such as the gaming with a Y audience? What specific part of it requires that it happen in that context? To that format. For those occasions, by that ulterior demand. What specifically about it has to be sold only to this audience and no one else? Because that's how demographics work. You could make probably 4x the money if you sell it towards a normal audience. And when I say normal, I mean a normal buying, consuming audience. If you do it towards a hyper-specific niche, you're going to get a turnout that supports a hyper-specific context. And notice, I did not say they'd make no money. I said, why are they specifically tailoring it for that demographic?
Commits tax evasion line of games. We make very, very weird comedic games with a lot of parody, just dumped straight in. We're also a very openly queer studio. I'm a trans femme, and I'm the owner, and so we have a lot of queer employees, and yeah, we're just trying to make the world a better place.
It's a very uncertain...
Make the world a better place by making video games with lots of satirical and in-joke opportunities, one joke at a time? Question mark? I'm assuming that's how they want that to be understood. Which also answers my question. There's nothing that says that you couldn't do it the other way around. This is just the choice that you made. Okay. Where were you going again?
World right now, and I feel like just being joyful is sometimes an act of rebellion, and like I personally just want people to feel joy, queer joy, any kind of joy, and to feel seen, and have the courage to be themselves, and
I think we really want our players to know that like-minded people are out there. You know, we're here. We're not hiding away. You know.
Who implied that you're hiding away? Did somebody put baby in the corner? I don't get it. Where would you be hiding? Like, that's not even a joke. There is so much representation in the industry that already exists with people specifically putting the interest and effort forward to ensure that baby is not put in the corner. So, who's hiding you? My neck hurts. It's always weird when they present it like someone is making them hide. That I don't ever understand. I never understand it. It's hard to understand, it's hard to get behind. Kappa. It's hard to understand and it's hard to get behind. Because the imposition that someone is making you hide implies that somebody is able to make you not be prideful. That shouldn't be possible. Especially when the alternative is that nothing is making you hide. Outside of the norm. And that norm should be easy to demonstrate. For lack of better terms of concern. Another child got snatched? Who is on a child abduction spree in Atlanta? My phone is buzzing like crazy.
We want to have fun. We want to be goofy. And we want to share, you know, the queer joy that we have. That's not going away. Right. I think that's very, very important. Riz Dungeon is a very, very messy relationship simulator / dungeon crawler where you encounter monsters, either survive a fight using your already recruited monster allies, or riz them up and have them join you on your adventures. And your whole goal is to get your stuff back from the evil demon dragon. Wishlist now. Wishlisting the game helps a ton.
Get your stuff back from the evil demon dragon lord. But what you said was, the game is about making your ex jealous by recruiting enemy monster girls. Huh? Huh? I'm just a little bit confused here, guys. Well, what are we talking about? So is it basically Slay the Spire, but you can actually, technically, I can tell you exactly what it is, but are we saying that this is basically a form of Slay the Spire, or that this is something entirely different? Because I can tell you what it sounds like. What it sounds like is the casino game of Gulisius' Quest. That's what it sounds like. I'm being very serious. It sounds like the Casino Royale chance game inside of Dragon Quest XI. It is exactly the same function. Just replace monster munchies with girl kisses. And it's the same thing. I'm not wrong. I might be crazy, but I'm not wrong. Because the alternative is that you're saying that it's basically a dating game. But it's not a dating game because I'm fighting a Dragon Lord. So it's a dungeon crawler with dating aspects, which makes it in the same narrative as a sim, which means it's translatable to an audience that includes the boys. So you can have a male audience, that is the chuds, playing a sim, and you can have the gay audience playing a sim, then you can have the NB queer audience playing the sim, and then you have the bi-fem audience playing the sim, and you literally take in much more money while layering the parody on top. Where's the difference? Does it somehow transmute differently? Am I missing something? I don't know.
We're launching on September 17th. People watch out for that.
We have a demo out.
Anyway, even.
Yeah, so you can play it right now. You can go to snoozykazoo.com to join our newsletter right now.
Next up.
Now that right there is a call to action. You can go watch the newsletter and get more information about this game with a demo right now. Do it today.
Is she making its world debut?
Seraphim Helix Experiment. Seraphim Helix Experiment. Seraphim Helix Experiment. I think we've seen this before, but I don't know for sure. No, we have not seen this before. But we've seen other things. But we've seen other things that are similar to it.
Today during Summer Game Fest. She is a retro survival horror experience inspired by the classics like Akira and Metal Gear Solid. This game blends psychological horror with themes around identity, womanhood, and survival inside an oppressive underground military facility. You play as a Loot Black, a woman navigating a deeply atmospheric world with...
Huh? Wait a minute. Say that again?
Black, a woman navigating a deep underground military facility. You play as a Loot Black, a underground military facility. You play as a Loot Black, a...
Okay. Fuck me if I'm crazy. But I'm pretty sure what you said was a Loot Black, right? I'll break out a city. I'm sure what I heard and what I saw and what the script transliterated are not the same. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pull this out and pull this over here and make some space and blah 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 and dee and put this underneath the gaming text meter. I'm gonna put this on the screen. What I heard was a loot. This is really small. What I heard was a Loot Black. Alright? That's what I heard. I heard a Loot Black. You play as a Loot Black, like Foxy Brown. But what I saw the script transliterate was a Loot Black. So what I heard and what I saw are two different things. Now, this is a officially supported event, all right? Officially supported event. Who fucked up? Who fucked up? I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Who fucked up? If scripted, clear, loud, enthusiastic, alliterative reading, manual captions. What is a loot black? Am I a loot black? Are you a loot black? Oh my god, the memes write themselves! The memes write themselves, man! Man! Oh. Now, I'm going to just put it on the screen, because that's simpler. And we're going to read from the theme blurb. And I'm going to read this title as Shay, not she, because that's confusing. Shay is a retro survival horror visually inspired by Akira, which she also said wrong, because this literally is the Akira backshot, and blends classic third-person survival horror games with the tactical stealth action of Metal Gear Solid 2. Specifically, 2. Not the series, not the franchise, 2. It is the near future. The world powers are on the verge of a hot war. An unearthed ancient entity lies suspended at the bottom of a frozen missile silo. Robin, the character's name is Robin, finds herself in an underground base in the Alaskan archipelago. Strange abominations that were once the staff and military personnel roam the halls in a murderous fugue state. All the base's systems are malfunctioning on the verge of collapse, and a directive to launch the base's payload repeats endlessly from Central Command. With no one to trust except the voices over the radio and her instincts, Robin must use her knowledge and expertise to find a way to survive, reach her objectives, and make an impossible decision. So, nowhere in there is there any sort of word that could be mistaken for loot or a loot black. So I ask again, what? What the fuck? And just to make sure I'm not crazy, we're gonna listen to her say it again. Cause I must be wrong. I must be wrong. It's me. It's me in my loot black ears. We're gonna listen again, and we're gonna make sure that I have made a mistake.
Is a retro survival horror experience inspired by the classics like Akira and Metal Gear Solid. This game blends psychological horror with themes around identity, womanhood, and survival inside an oppressive underground military facility. You play as a Loot Black, a woman navigating a deeply atmospheric world with tension, existential dread, and...
So no! For some reason, she doesn't know that the character's name is Robin. She pronounced them as a Loot Black! Like it's a class! Warrior, thief subclass, member of the Shadow Order, Shadow Assassin, Loot Black, nigga! Scripted content! Is there no oversight? Of course not. Oh, we actually give you, it makes you want to have the kind of belly laugh that Timbaland turns into a #1 hit track for Justin Timberlake. Talking about some Fuck me. Sideways. With my leg up. All the way to my back. Oh my god. So gaming probably gets an automatic F, okay? Listen. My bare minimum for some of them is you gotta get through your presentation without moments of non-stop cringe. That's the basis, okay? You have already failed at 22:33. There's at least another 80% of the show to go. We should not already be in EFAP procedure. But we're already there. Because that's how often it happens. Oh, fuck.
Some seriously incredible visual design. Check out She.
Now, let's analyze the rest of the shit you said.
Looks like Akira and Metal Gear Solid. This game blends
What's Akira? What's Akira? What is AKIDA? What is Akira? Akira. 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 It's either Akira or Akira. Please say it right. You got it wrong. The subtitles got it wrong.
psychological horror with themes around identity, womanhood, and survival inside an oppressive...
Identity, womanhood, survival. Again, I read to you from the blurb directly. With no one to trust except the voices over the radio and her instincts, Robin must use her knowledge and her expertise to survive, reach her objectives, and make an impossible decision. Survive, a retro survival horror game, visually inspired by Akira, blending action third-person survival horror with tactical stealth action of Better Go Solid 2. Where in there is a question about identity? Where in there is there a conversation about womanhood? Where in there is the concept that... well, I know exactly where a person can naturally take this conversation. Where is it informed by what the game says and what you are presenting to me? This is why I said what I said about Riz Dungeon. Damn, these Doritos taste exactly like Takis. Why do they always bring up Akira? Easy reference. That's why. Easy, recognizable reference that anybody can see is a reference. Which gives them the implication that they should try it. Same reason with making a game inspired on Metal Gear Solid.
Underground military facility. You play as a Loot Black, a woman navigating a deeply atmospheric world with tension, existential dread, and some seriously incredible visual design. Check out She.
The government found something they thought was a weapon. But I was right. It is a god. And then she woke up.
So I'm Lindsay Rollins, she, her. I'm working on...
That is a interesting device you have there on your head. Is that a crown? Is it a crown? Is it an exercise band? Is it a tiara? I don't understand what's on your forehead.
I was right. It is a god. And then she woke up.
So the better way to describe what this game actually is that it's actually a stealth immersive sim. That's what it is. And it's being presented by Weird Ghosts, which is one of those other narrative development companies. I don't know why you try to present it like tactical stealth. No, it's an immersive horror sim. It's an immersive third-person survival horror sim.
So
M-sims are very rare. Also, I don't like the word M-sims. But immersive simulators, there's a certain way you're supposed to talk about them. I don't think that's the way you should have presented that.
I'm Lindsay Rollins, she, her. I'm working on Seraphim Helix Experiment, and I'm one-third of the Rocket and Drift games. And we're just a co-op, small indie studio, developing games in Toronto. Roe v. Wade being overturned was a big impetus for us to be a bit more politically engaged in the things we wanted to work on.
What's the political concept of going into a research facility that has been corrupted, and everyone potentially is now worshipping, per the script of your character, a alleged god? An alleged female god that woke up. What's political about that? I'm missing it. What's political about that?
As well as I'm entering kind of a new era in my own kind of development with my own gender and kind of reckoning with a lot of things that are happening to people that like me, that are being marginalized right now by these really fascist kind of systems, oppressive systems in place.
She said the magic word!
And it really, I don't know, like when I see news updates about all these laws being overturned and people's rights being taken away, it makes me extremely angry, and I'm thinking, how do I use that in a productive way? And making games is the best way I can think of, really, to fight that kind of fascist messaging and inspire other people to think differently about.
Well, at least you didn't firebomb a hotel.
Those systems as well. And without getting too much away, the plan is to have the player kind of wake up with absolutely no information other than whatever they're getting through the radio conversations.
Yes, that's the design of a basic horror sim. You take information away from the player and you make them discover the world, which then allows you to create situations where you can then be able to create your monster closets. Yes, that's the point. That was informed by the psychology and the survival horror aspect. You ain't gotta break that down to us, girl. That is obvious with intent. I don't know whether it was necessary to explain, but I guess it was very important.
Very similar to MGS2 in that when Raiden is brought into this mission, a lot of things like that he thinks he understands about the mission just kind of like get thrown out the window, especially at the midway point. So we wanted to build that sense of like, what is really going on? Who do I believe? Like, are these people that I'm talking to on the radio, do they have my best interests at heart, or are they self-interested, or like what are their motivations? the monsters that you encounter, we start to learn more about like how they came to be infected from this lab leak. What is actually the substance that has been used in these experiments? Where was it derived from? And eventually, you start to learn more about like the a kind of like what's the word, like Lovecraftian kind of force that behind all of it, and we do that through like drip feeding the information as they play through the radio dialogue, but also through documents that you'll find throughout the lab. The monster designs, we want them to be specific towards the themes of like what and we want the monster designs to reflect kind of the elements of femininity in terms of like physicality that frighten people, or
that's a sentence right there. We want the monster designs to simulate the female anatomy in ways that frighten people. Now, assuming that everybody in the room is an adult, there are a few ways which you can read that sentence. We want the horror monster designs to simulate things that, while natural, look unnatural, or literally we want to squick out as many people as possible with weird looking genitalia that, quote, fascists also discover and see in real life. Those are some of the ways that you could read that sentence. Now, I'm not telling you how you should read it, but I'm going to make some baseline assumptions. A word that's going to get used a lot is marginalization. I didn't need to water that. A big word that's going to get used a lot is marginalization. So the question I have here is, what about the monsters and the way that you wish to present them? How much of that reflects your philosophy on what should be scary? Because if you read it the first way, I want to take things and concepts about the human anatomy that are in their essence, in their normal primary functioning state, beautiful, reflect a mentality of something that has become corrupted, and thus now have an eerie sense of otherworldly beauty that borderlines on the Lovecraftian. That says, oh, so we're taking things about the human body that we would recognize on women, like breasts and birth-giving hips, the silhouette, the figure, the caregiver mentality, the fight or flight, survivor struggle intellect that wishes for mothers to fend for their children. We want you to consider that concept as you play the game, because you don't know who to trust. But in time, you'll have to figure out whether or not the people who are on the radio that may or may not also be in danger are people who you should be helping. You can read that with the charitable understanding, and you can then walk away from that saying, oh, okay, so we're going to have monsters that are going to do a lot of things with flesh, a lot of things with children, spawning, you know, like little fucking piranhas in the water, that are simulated like semen. Those semen, like tadpoles, then fertilize an egg sac. The egg sac then explodes and bursts, gives birth to a bunch of small little fish that are mutated, that themselves then have oviposters that try to germinate like plants. You know, a facility that's been taken over by a type of flesh bud. It grows a kind of weird corpse flower. The corpse flower itself is feminine in nature. It's a self-sustaining system that gives the concept of birth. Then you have distorted creatures that, while they're a male and female, they are slowly being transformed into something that is grotesquely divine feminine, like it is an absorbed, absolvent form of a higher era of being that absconds the sense and the scale and the shape of the divine feminine that we as humans recognize in our own paraphernalia, but does not look right. So it's an uncanny valley type of female. Like that one episode of Love, Sex, and Robots. The guy who's basically on an abandoned derelict ship being watched over by a big fucking humanoid-like spider that is intentionally tricking his mindset so that he doesn't see the true horror that he's trying to witness and behold. Things like that. That's the first interpretation. The second interpretation is a lot more boring and is a lot more aggressive, but is likely the most common reading because she used the word fascist to describe oppression. I ain't gotta even work that one out. I ain't gotta lay that one out to you verbally. Just read her words as she said them. I'll be right back. And I'm back. I don't even have to do anything verbally. Just read the words the way that she said them. And you get a much different interpretation than the interpretation I just painted for you. Now, which version of that game sounds like something that, while it could be the same thing that you've gotten before in immersive sim survival horror, which one sounds much more fun to play, even if the only part of the game that matters is the gameplay, the interplay between the gameplay and the story, the monster design, and the philosophy that it has in its overarching ontological inertia. Does it sound fun? Or does it sound like a laborious chore? Which is likely what she meant when she said the parts of motherhood that people find aggressive and offensive. And that's if we're being adults, and we're not assuming that she meant, people find the vagina disgusting. And so everything looks like a vagina. I was really thinking of Georgia O'Keeffe when I designed the monsters in this. And you can't say, oh, come on, Carl. Why are you putting it like that? I have to take it from her. She's the designer. She is telling me the philosophy of the designs of the game as she wrote them and made them. Who else's word do I take it for?
The monster designs, we want them to be specific towards the themes of like what and we want the monster designs to reflect kind of the elements of femininity in terms of like physicality that frighten people or might like seem I guess like lurid in like everyday polite society, but this
Again, her own words. What else should I take from the braided cord princess? Also, that is definitely a braided cord around her head. I don't know why she's wearing that. I don't know why she chose to do that for broadcast. But she did. But she did. I feel like it's spoiled. Fuck.
This is kind of the reality of having this kind of a body, you know? Definitely wishlist on.
Because of how I had that pause indicator, I'm gonna let her say that last part again, because that last part was very damning. But I'm gonna let her say it again, uninterrupted.
How they came to be distilled, that sense of like, what is really going on? Who do I believe? Like, are these people that I'm talking to on the radio? Do they have my best interests at heart, or are they self-interested, or like what are their motivations? The monsters that you encounter, we start to learn more about like how they came to be infected from this lab leak. What is actually the substance that has been used in these experiments? Where was it derived from? And eventually you start to learn more about like the a kind of like what's the word, like Lovecraftian kind of force that behind all of it, and we do that through like drip feeding the information as they play through the radio dialogue, but also through documents that you'll find throughout the lab. The monster designs, we want to be specific towards the themes of like what and we want the monster designs to reflect kind of the elements of femininity in terms of like physicality that frighten people or might like seem I guess like lurid in like everyday polite society, but this is kind of the reality of having this kind of a body, you know? Definitely wishlist on Steam, and we have a Patreon where you can get exclusive behind-the-scenes footage and devlogs from us, as well as early playtest builds when they become available, all for low price.
We've already seen such an incredible range of queer.
And then they cut her off, which means it went on even longer. Scripted event, by the way. But I go back to my point. What version of the game is she selling you with the description of the body? As chat said, grotesque forms of boobs and vaginas, attack of the monsters, vajayjays, and pussy monsters, or an antediluvian, non-Euclidean, alien form that chooses to personify itself in fleshy, grotesque forms of the modification of the divine feminine and the human format in a context that we best understand. Which one did she make the game sound like? Explanation number 1 from me, or explanation number 2 from her? Yes, I do remember Scorn. Scorn does exactly the first example of what I described. But Scorn didn't use specifically penile or vaginal architecture. It was just MC Escher alien formats. And weapons that based themselves around the flesh and attaching yourself to the flesh. I'm telling you, the way you present these games, man. It's the way they present these games.
Storytelling today, and we're honestly just getting started.
From cozy indies and stylish action games to horror, comedy, and heartfelt narratives, this showcase really highlights how diverse and creative queer gaming has become.
But before we jump back into more games, we want to take a moment to thank the partners and sponsors helping make today possible.
Events like this genuinely do not happen without organizations and companies willing to invest in queer creators, developers, and communities.
Their support helps create more opportunities for queer voices to be seen, celebrated, and discovered by players around the world.
So a huge thank you to all of our sponsors for supporting the inaugural Gaming Pride Parade and helping uplift queer gaming.
And now, a word from them.
I set this thing to go at a fucking certain rate, and it's not doing it. I guess I have to do it from here. Okay, now it's fixed. And then it fucking breaks itself again. Okay. Tales of Sekyu, also known as basically Pokemon, but with kissing. And centaurs. I was said in my Pokemon comment. It's actually a cultivation sim. With kissing. Specifically, Chinese cultivation. 76 transformations type shit. 72, Carl. 72 transformation type shit. Sun Wukong type shit. Drain to the West type shit.
You cannot have a queer gaming celebration.
Now that right there, that's a cozy game that is designed for the queer audience. And I can tell you exactly why. Right now, on the side, I am playing what we call a cultivation sim. They can you enslave them? Probably not. If it's a cozy game, and it's designed for the queer audience, that implies slavery, fancy. So it's more like you befriend them, and then, because you're such good friends, you have an army of them helping you water your crops. And take out your trash. And help you work the forge, type shit. Because that's what a cultivation sim does. So, what is a cultivation sim? Well, in survival multiplayer, or any kind of survival multiplayer game, there are different ways that you can design them. The most common way to design them is what we call a cultivation sim. Ark is a cultivation sim. RuneScape Dragon Wilds, what I'm currently playing, is a cultivation sim. Palworld is a cultivation sim. Don't Starve Together is also a cultivation sim. Starbound, despite being an abject market commercial failure, is also a cultivation sim. Basically, if the goal of building is to basically advance through tech trees, to then be capable of processing and crafting and building and then challenging and exploring the world that is available to you to fight through, whether it be because there's a story, or it be that the game more or less is multitudes of multiple boss fights collapsed in on each other that build towards a semi-perma-ultimate endgame boss. And I'm talking base content, not DLC shit. So, Terraria players, looking at you, you know what I'm talking about. That is ultimately a cultivation sim. Now, the problem with cultivation sims is that what they focus on can be the thing that decides whether or not they're interesting to play. So, where Fancy's like, can I enslave them? that is mostly a cultivation breeding interface. The PALs are basically different versions of units that you can recruit, breed, or even summon or buy out of thin air that help you do a job in your base. To the point where they are the only ones. Is that the next fucking trash? Yes, it is. Where only they can do the job these ones use employees from the prison. Okay, I see. I'm sorry, I'm looking out the window real quick. I'm distracted. Okay, that's useful information we can remember for later. Anyways, it is the type of cultivation sim where the units cultivate and do a thing for you in your facilities that then allow you to then explore the map later on that doesn't require you to do other shit. If you don't recruit things to do it, and it's instead things that you do yourself, you're mostly taking advantage of the environment and exploiting the resources versus having units help you exploit the resources. Exploit the resources, build up a structure, build up a foundation, build up a facility, create the structures that then enable you to do certain things, cultivate a farm, cultivate some type of methodology of keeping animals and or the hostile population to a cullable limit where you can then harvest them for food, for wheat, for grain, for sustenance, for materials, whatever is necessary, or exploit the very terrain itself for a particular resource that you can only find in the terrain and is only responsible with particular limits. With this example, I'm going to use Pal World, I'm going to use Don't Starve Together, and I'm going to use RuneScape Dragon Wilds. The way that Pal World does it is they do it the way that this game is designed. They give you units to work with. The way that Don't Starve Together is designed, there are no pets that help you do the action. You, the player, must build the structure, build the opportunity, exploit the resources, use them for an opportunity to then fight various different levels of enemies and creatures. In Dragon Wilds, there is a story that controls your access to other accomplishments, a quest system, if you will. And the main quest system is what gives you access to new zones, new utensils, new opportunities, etc. This game, as it's a cozy game, probably doesn't have that. So it's not like Dragon Wilds, in the sense that you don't have to wait for a quest to tell you, now you may go into Fell Hollow to go do the next part of what will give you progression to the next stage of cultivation and development. Whereas in something like Terraria, or in the example I just said we'd use, Don't Starve Together, you're exploiting the resources yourself, but every time you make a new jump in the tech tree, you build a new structure, you find a new item, you get access to a weapon. It gives you access to a new level of power, but that power might be gated behind particular in-game capstones. In order to go into hard mode, as it were, you must kill a boss. In the case of Terraria, that's the Wall of Flesh, the separator between easy and hard mode. For DST, that is either of the lunar or the shadow paths for the storylines. Both of them control the constant and the caves and the ruins. So one above ground, one below ground. Choosing one can affect the other. For example, summoning the celestial event will turn the top side to have permanent nighttime that is covered by enlightenment, rather than the normal statistical benefit of normal darkness. It means you don't have to have light during dark, but it means that if you're playing a character like Woody, you will always be affected by the light of the full moon, unless you're able to control your transformations. And the only way to do that is to have defeated the Celestial Champion, which means giving you access to other cultivation tactics on other characters, because now the assistant is actually the skill tree if the character has one. And then, in designs like Pal World, capstones don't control your exploration, but they do control your cultivation. So, You can't do certain buildings until you defeat certain capstone bosses, because that is the simulator that allows you to limit the exploration. If you put all the tech tree content behind particular pieces of material, and the only way to get to that material is to basically be able to farm that material, well, the only way you can easily farm that material, especially if you're doing so manually in the field, is to have a certain kind of PAL, or a certain level of tech tree, to build the item that can again farm the material to move to the next stage of content. Then it becomes about cultivating that power so that you can then challenge the experience and the content to then get the benefit. For the purposes of a cozy game, I can tell you certainly, all three of these games are not likable. Because they're slightly autistic. Just a little bit. Just slightly. And the reason why is because they are marketed for the design of people who like playing Sims, you see. Not quite the autism, but it is an autism simulator. Chewing a chip. And so, I digress. And I reaffirm that dumbass statement that you should never use. Does it appeal to men? Does it appeal to women? A grand strategy autism simulator generally appeals to men. Now, all together, boringly, say it out loud. You know the answer. Why does it appeal to men? Because they're autistic! Which is another way of saying they're meticulous. Feel free to give your explainers in the chat. But they appeal to the male mind because the male mind wants to create order out of chaos. If we're making a gay pride parade game that appeals to the gamers, you make a game that appeals to the female aspect. What appeals to the female aspect that you can find in an autism simulator, such as a cultivation sim? We all know the answer. I made a joke about this earlier. Here's your AFK check. What do you think the answer is? Put it in the chat. I'm gonna give you a minute. Oh wow, they made a recently created screen that actually shows you the assets you want to use. That's so cool. All these new OBS updates. Your minute begins now. Go. Where's that other song? Here it is.
And yeah, I like the fuck, I got a fucking problem. I love bad bitches, that's my fucking problem. And yeah, I like the fuck, I got a fucking problem.
This man tried to mix the perfect cell fucking bit with ASAP Rocky. That's so crazy. Wow. All I know is Japan needs to bring over more otome games to get women off our backs. I was getting off the bus when you asked that. Home design! Home design! Face customization! No, Love in Deep Space does not hit the same thing that an autism simulator does. What the women find appealing in cultivation sims is the interior decorating. Building a house. Making the house look special. Then deciding who gets to live near the house. Otherwise known as, bigotry and racism and exclusion. They love being able to build a neighborhood. That's what appeals to the women with autism simulators. By the demographic by large. The demographic by large appeals to women in this concept. Especially when it comes to building things like, yeah, exactly, like building things like underground sex dungeons, where they then do weird freaky shit. I see what these people do inside of fucking Animal Crossing. Yes, that's what appeals to the females. So, if you make the cultivation sim less about exploration and more about social interaction, basically you turn it into Story of Seasons / Harvest Moon, make it more like Stardew Valley, you then create a game that is transmutable to the transgender lobby and to the queer, NB-queer, gamer lobby. Because I didn't bring up Stardew Valley, but Stardew Valley is a cultivation sim. Literally, it fits all of the rules of a cultivation sim, as does Harvest Moon. The difference is that the cultivation isn't, I'm building up a repertoire of power and damage and equipment and weapons to go kill God with my cute, adorable fire monkey who also doubles as a grenade launcher. No, you're making a farm, you're building a farm, a lucrative farm, that then allows you to go exploring the world, exploring islands, and finding your particular favorite bachelor or bachelorette, folding their legs behind their head, and plowing them like a hentai protagonist. Yes! That is a cultivation sim! Because ultimately you're cultivating a career, and then you're cultivating a family. A family. Let the MB queer black women in my audience in the back say hell yeah. So ultimately, when you make it, you are designing these games to take away the aspects that would appeal to men to turn it into something that would appeal to women. The problem, however, is that it isn't something that appeals to men or women. It's something that appeals to the aspect of the reason they're playing the game. Busy work. I'll ask the question a different way. Does busy work appeal to men, or does busy work appeal to women? It's not a gendered question, obviously. But if you ask it in the irrelevant way, it sounds like it's a gendered thing, doesn't it? Having house chores, doing things around the house, designing and decorating and creating a interior design that fits the aesthetic that you designed it for. That's a woman thing, right? No. It's a personality thing. But the way that they sell it, they upscale the parts that would appeal to the women, not the parts that would appeal to men. If you were to be so monosyllabical in your thought process. Gradients. We're looking for gradients. Gradients are what tell the story.
Without a little camp. And honestly, nobody does camp quite like Kitty Powers. Kitty Powers Matchmaker Makeover is the fabulous remastered return of the viral dating sim classic, where players...
Again! My point exacerbated! With, ironically, a drag queen character. Kitty Powers Matchmaker Makeover. boy, does that appeal to the men, right? Also, trans femme flag. They got the circle, and they got the black and brown lines, and they got the chevrons. They didn't take long, did it? Well, longer than we would have expected. We're like, what, 33% in now? And this is the first time we saw it? It's a Pride event, so it was expected that we'd eventually see alternative flag colors. But now we have more than just the pastel colors.
Run their own matchmaking agency under the expert supervision of legendary drag queen, Diva Kitty Powers. This updated version brings brand new artwork, expanded customization, chaotic dating minigames, and even more inclusive options for players to create exactly who they want to be. You can match straight, gay, bi, pan, and non-binary characters, navigate awkward first dates, survive disastrous restaurant choices, and somehow try to keep romance alive through complete chaos. And the whole thing is packed with Kitty's signature humor, ridiculous situations, and the exact kind of drag queen touch you want guiding your love life. This game feels like being personally yelled at by your favorite drag queen while trying to stop two strangers from breaking up over soup. And honestly, that's a beautiful thing. Let's take a look at Kitty Powers' Matchmaker Makeover.
You, yes you! Are you fluent in the language of love? Could you take other people's love lives into your hands? Well, now you can prove your pairing prowess. In my newly remastered dating simulator, Kitty Powers Matchmaker Makeover. Hello kittens, I'm Kitty Powers, matchmaker extraordinaire. In the last decade, the road to true love has grown even longer and harder. Oh, I say! Which is why I've remastered my beloved dating simulator. How exciting! Run your own dating agency and become a matchmaking maestro. My little black book is bulging with new singletons who need your help. Oh, bless. Lavish them with a deluxe treat.
The puns are so quick. Oh my god. However, do you see my point now? Also, this looks like a fucking Flash game that could be playable on any Flash site where they have like parody-based tongue-in-cheek shit. This could be a fucking parody game on Newgrounds. But alas, this is the point I was making. This does not appeal to men, if we have to go down demographic lines. This does not appeal to men. Why? Because it's queer-coded. If you want it to appeal to men, you need to make it more like rants, rather than making it like this. Or, to use a better example, one that's not an obscure hentai game, you need to make it more like Honey Pop and make it less like this. Date Everything is basically the middle ground. Dream Daddy is an alternative to this middle ground. So, here's a fun question. Does Dream Daddy appeal to men or does it appeal to women? Trick question. It appeals to women that fetishize gay men. So, does this appeal to men, or does this appeal to women, this game? Honest answers in the chat. I give you 5 minutes. I'm giving you 5 minutes to talk about it, then we move on. We're looking for honest answers. Because see, the reality of the demographics means that when you have people choose to consume shit in this fashion, what you end up getting is you end up getting a lopsided answer. Gay men would probably play this game, but they would play it as a lark. Women would probably play this game. They'd play it very seriously. They could also play it as a lark. If you wanted to appeal to men, you just have to tell a story with two sides. One side is you play as a woman and the goal is to become a millionaire. The other as a man is the goal to start a family. Oh my lord, hello, Bloodya. See, my problem with dating sims, and it's a problem that anybody can have with dating sims, is that there's not enough inside of a dating sim to just play the dating sim to play the dating sim. The dating sim has to have a story behind it. So, the DNA Angel games, which, if you've never played them, it's basically a sim girl game. You could probably look it up by that title on Newgrounds. The Sim Girls games, which basically follow the plot of DNA Angel. The mega playboy future where his children just completely fuck over the female generations, and he literally has progeny all over the world because this man's cock is just that fucking seductive. You know? Guy gets implanted with the DNA of the Mega Playboy because she goes back in time to stop the Mega Playboy but accidentally creates the Mega Playboy, and now is trying to tell him how to correctly and appropriately and honestly use his seed. A game like Sim Girls, in the many dating games that were simulations of DNA Angel, or easy to understand. Same thing with the Pico dating games. Because ultimately the goal is to get a partner. There is even this game parody called 7 Deadly Sims, where basically the joke of the parody of the game was to find ways to commit all 7 deadly sins. But the reward, the ending of the game, is that, oh, you commit all the sins and then the devil now has claim over your soul and he ass rapes you with a pitchfork. Not a very interesting story, right? But that's the goal. There's not enough meat on the bones that would interest men. Because, ultimately, the dating mechanics and the systems behind the game are not what make the game. Systems don't make a game. Mechanics don't make a game. Resources don't make a game. The story and the gameplay together make both the game, the appeal of the characters, and the appeal of the story. Catherine is a good example. In trying to survive, to be the last sheep standing, you have a puzzle game, and intermixed with the puzzle game mechanic is the dating sim. You never just have raw dating sim content, because there's not enough in it to make an immersive sim about. Ultimately, it ends up being a prescription that designs this more for women, because all they have to say is the aesthetics are on point, and that's it. It's like Chuck Tingle. It's a parody of itself. But they want that because that makes it take the pressure of the systems and mechanics off. And if everything's also a micro game / mini game, then it doesn't matter. Now, in my opinion, it shouldn't be about vibes. But that's the problem. Whether it be dating sims or cultivation games, a simulator should not run on vibes. It should run on the story and the mechanics that are interplaced in the world that you build. Because the mechanics, the story, the way they're presented, how you get people to engage with the mechanics, are all the things that keep them playing. And unfortunately, you need to have actual meat on the bones to keep men. But women will consume aesthetics all the time. All the time, they'll consume aesthetics. Because that's the only thing that appeals to them. Carl versus dating someone. There could never be a game like that. There could be a immersive sim game where it's like, have a lot of random meaningless sex until you meet a partner that can lock you down, and now you have to choose which ending you go with. Then the post game is the relationship. Alright, we're moving on.
In the salon. Send them to gorgeously refurbished date venues. Avert courtship catastrophes and new and improved dating dilemmas. A time that are going hot and hold back and make them sweat. Outrageous! Will they reach the limousine of loveliness or the landfill of loneliness? I've got some special dating tools to help up your arsenal. Impress me, and I might give you one. It's stuffed with enough improvements to make your eyes water. Oh, I think I need to sit down. Kitty Powers Matchmaker Makeover. Coming soon.
Now that was a very tight presentation.
Lucky things.
And I do not mean emphasis on the word tight. That's just a choice of words. However,
or the landfill of loneliness. I've got some special dating tools to help up your arsenal. Impress me, and I might give you one. It's stuffed with enough improvements to make your eyes.
God, that went by very fit. That went by fast.
The special dating tools to help up your arsenal. Impress me, and I might give you one. It's stuffed with enough improvements to make your eyes water.
Fuck! I hate when it makes you double click confirm.
Give you one. It's stuffed with enough improvements to make you.
So, you can send your IRL friends from your playlist fun games. You have post-launch content, whatever that means. Reworked online feature, whatever that means. New conversation trees. Non-binary characters. Updated character types. A new character creation system. Ultra-wide streaming support. And gamer controller support. I think that's something that you shouldn't actually be, advertising. Ultra-wide screen support, I don't think you need to advertise that. Reworked online features, this seems like a single-player game. What about this needs to be multiplayer? Game controller support, you should already have that. Non-binary characters, I suppose that's something you can feature on the Gaming Pride Parade presentation. Updated character types for body types, that's probably necessary for this audience. New conversations and post-launch content, arguably important. New character creation system, probably important. Sending your friends on your friend list on dates, I don't think that's important.
Your eyes water. Oh, I think I need to sit down. Kitty Powers Matchmaker Makeover. Coming soon. You lucky things.
Hello kittens, I'm Kitty Powers, matchmaker extraordinary. Well, actually I'm a game developer. Now we've made Kitty Powers Matchmaker Makeover, which was the sort of 10-year anniversary remaster of the original game. It's like a dating simulator, but for everyone.
Now, Kitty Powers, what's your #1 tip for dating?
Just the tip.
Okay,
That's it, that's the tip.
Now see, I'm gonna spin you a very interesting point, and this point is valid. Why isn't this person the one who's hosting the game parade? This is basically queer Elvira Dark. Excuse me, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Why isn't this person presenting this entire shit by themselves? They fill the room! To the brim. But shh. No, that was not a Freudian slip. That was me making a pun. This is how a presenter should be presenting this segment. I say segment to mean this segment of Summer Games Fest. But this is what the presenter should be coming with the energy of. Granted, they already have a drag queen on there, but I'm going to say that they're a baby queer. They're not exactly this confident. But why isn't this person the one who's presenting this entire game show? This is the kind of person that makes a game of appeal and should be the one selling the appeal. Hell, they're selling their own game. Because more than likely, this is also the developer and programmer, if they're not just the HR directive and the one who originally founded the company. Like, it's 100 out of 10 theater kid energy, but it's mostly entertaining. It doesn't insist upon itself. And so, whatever Kitty Powers wants to identify as. I don't care! You could probably sell me a new card!
I have many tips. I'm the matchmaking maestro, you know. I could break it down in every subject area, but, you know, I think that's as good as an answer as any. Kitty Powers Matchmaker is a dating simulator, but it's not like any dating simulator you've seen before, because most dating simulators are not simulators. They're just sort of choose your own adventure books. Our game is actually a simulator where we randomly, procedurally generate characters of all different persuasions. And
Technically, that is actually a very true statement. So, they know ball. Most games that feature dating sims are not dating sims. They are choose your own adventure books. The problem is that when you create a dating sim, you're curating an experience. And the problem with curating an experience is that every experience can be different. Therefore, every interaction and every new player in the game can be different. You would need them to interact directly in a format more conducive to the product and the project. And that is not an easy thing to do, especially if the content of the project effectively requires you to interface with all these pieces and parts without substance. It puts a lot of insistence on creativity, is effectively what I'm saying. And on that insistence of creativity comes the rest of the content that is at your leisure. It takes a lot of opportunity, it takes a lot of effort to put the shit together and make it right. It takes even more so to do it right and when you do it without fucking up.
you have to matchmake them and then send them on dates to see if you can get them to get into a relationship, and then you get paid. But we've got a new update in the works, so online gaming, so you can play with your friends. There will be the high score tables from the original game. We're also bringing back
playing with your friends. Playing with your friends in what effectively is a actual simulator that does procedural generation, if not random number generation, of opportunities of different types of characters that you can send on different kinds of dates, with the end goal being, can they couple? And you bring your friends into that? I mean, I've heard of friend slop, but friend dating slop?
avatar dates, send your friends on dates, which you couldn't do in the original game, and all sorts of wonderfulness. There's also going to be some amazing collectible kitty pins, kitten-themed badges for all my kittens, something more fun for people that complete the game but love the game and want to spend more time in it but don't want that grind. Well, they want something to grind, so that he has.
Well, see, with wording like that, this is technically designed for, I hate to say this game might be designed for the trans femmes. You know why? Because the trans femmes at heart are men. That's a very sad perspective to have to give there. However, that is actually the reality of what was just said there. They designed content for the endgame, for the people who would grind the endgame. And if there's one thing that I know about men and women, it is that women don't like grinding shit. Don't like grinding shit! Grinding games, grinding gears, grinding pelvises. Don't like grinding shit. And so that's doing a lot of heavy lifting here. But if there's a demographic that would take advantage of it and would love it, it's gotta be the men. It's gots to be the men. Gots to be. I can't even dig those up. Poly party? Poly party. Probably.
Bins you can grind for. If you go to magicnotion.com, there's a page there with all of our social media links. which you can choose from to your heart's content. Or come and join the Discord. I hang out on there every day.
So a little fun fact about me, I love card games. And next up is a game that takes one of the most classic card games ever made and completely reimagines it as a celebration of indie art and creativity.
Is it Slay the Spire? Is it Rogue Book? Is it Vault of the Void? Is it Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel?
Solitaire transforms Solitaire into an incredibly cozy.
No, it's Solitaire. You can't get more cozy than being by yourself, but I'm ching.
And stylish experience where every deck is designed by real-world indie artists from around the globe. You are not just building cards here, you're building an interactive art collection filled with everything from fantasy worlds and cute animals to surreal illustrations and queer folklore-inspired designs. This game features classic modes like Klondike, Spider, and Pyramid Solitaire, all wrapped up in gorgeous visuals, relaxing ASMR sounds, and their signature flick mechanic that literally lets you fling cards across the screen. And one of the
I can promise you, if there's ever been such a thing that has ever allowed a person to play Solitaire, I can almost promise you, most people don't know how to play those card games. Because our parents would probably know. But not our generation. Why would we play those when we got Balatro? And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Our generation would not know how to play this game. We don't play Solitaire. Why would we be playing it when there are so many other video games that exist to be played in a single-player perspective? Was Balatro too hard for you? Here's Solitaire. It's even harder.
coolest part about this game is that it uplifts artists directly, with new creator collaborations and featured decks releasing all year round. For Pride, the game is spotlighting work from queer illustrator Camilla Kroll through a Slavic queer folklore deck celebrating LGBTQIA+ identity through mythology.
Never heard of them.
And culture. Let's hear more from the team behind Art of Solitaire.
The thing that I think that is important is that if you're going to feature artists, shouldn't you feature all artists instead of featuring queer artists? Like, Carl, it's about featuring queer representation. Well, I think it's more about featuring art. Clearly, this is a female-driven initiative. I hate making jokes like that because it's like, are you putting women down? No, I'm bringing women up. It's the women putting the women down. Like, I don't gotta throw no fucking elbows. These women throw mean ass elbows for representation. And again, example. This woman and other women like her throwing elbows, knees, hands, feet, knives, safety scissors, safety X-Acto knives at each other on Etsy, non-stop, daily, to get a chance to get featured. If you think they aren't, you don't know queers. That just makes you black. That just makes you black, buddy. And then, the part here that's probably the funniest, while we play this to lo-fi. Her work centers on reclaiming Slavic and Eastern European folklore. Why would you need to reclaim it? Slavic and Eastern European folklore is female-led. Females in that generation of storytellers are the ones that told these stories. What are you reclaiming it from? Masculinity? Bro, those are the cultures that invented the longhouse. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, yeah. For the people at home What I'm explicitly saying is she's inserting politics and gay politics and its paraphernalia into Slavic and Eastern European artwork and folklore. Now see, this guy, Igor Rodriguez, I think this might be somebody who works for Weather Report, because that art reminds me of Cultist Simulator. It's a lot less aggressive with how it chooses to go about its representation. And it's stylized, and it has enough of an identity that you can clearly recognize it as a queered piece of media, but it does not insist upon itself in loud, abrasive colors. However, counterposed to this, you have Arlie Tarbuck, who chooses to use a realistic style to the art, probably outright using illustrated traces of what I'm assuming are trans kings and trans queens that are drag kings and queens as a part of their art style, with very loud, abrasive coloring and loud, bold markings, which fits the style that they're going for. And then here, Karen Hamiston, unfortunately, is doing the pickaroo that most of us are familiar with seeing all over Twitter. Especially back on Dorsey Twitter.
I'm Ian. I founded the company in 2019.
Hi, I'm Santiago, and I work as a creative producer at SinglePlayerCarl.
I'm Camila. I'm a Polish queer artist, illustrator, and comic artist, I suppose.
Solitaire is the most played game ever. We wanted to bring Solitaire and how the genius of it and how relaxing it is, how zen it is, and how brain tingling it is to a new generation of players. So
it's a game that we crafted to make it feel very beautiful.
So many cuts. Why are they always cutting them off? What is the point of having a scripted event if you're not going to let the people speak for themselves? Sure, you have to keep it crisp, you have to keep it cut, you have to keep it tight. But why are you cutting them off? But Carl, didn't you say earlier that the hosts were taking too long? Yes! The hosts! Not the guests! The guests should have the time to tell you about their product! This is where you show off the pride in gaming pride! How can I know what they're prideful about and how deep and passionate they are about the product if y'all niggas are cutting them off and clipping them out in the edit? I'm being invaded. Yoga Flame!
you can feel dragging the cards and making it very satisfying.
There's something that I really loved when I was working on the deck, that the way you designed the whole game and the whole digital space, it just creates this like lovely peaceful canvas. And then as you say, it's like, oh, so I can add any kind of like crazy personality onto that lovely canvas. And the function that I really loved, which was designing those stickers and emojis to go, and then stickers that can be put on the tabletop. I thought that was such a fun idea. And that way you can mix and match. So I thought that was great. And makes it just all more, I think, if you can make something more personal, you become more passionate about it, so that's really great.
Yeah, exactly. We really want people to make it their own, feel like some sense of ownership on the thing, exactly as Camilla was saying, so.
I love that Camilla has just dropped a feature that we haven't released yet in the game.
I didn't know.
No, it's all good. For the last several months, we've been getting the artists who work with us to create stickers. We're adding this feature where you'll be able to buy
so cool, I could not say.
To customize the table, but we hadn't put it in yet, so. Yes, but we're excited about that. But we would love to get some feedback from people who stream this and see how well it's working for them and how we can improve it.
Check out the game. We're available for cross-platform play. We're on iOS, on Android, and on Steam, so you can play anywhere, and your collection is always going to sync up.
And of course, Camilla's wonderful deck is going to be the deck of the month for June, for Pride Month, so we're very excited about that.
Okay, so everyone check out the Pride deck. It's already in the game. It launched on June 1st, and it's a special Pride design for your fault. Hope you enjoy it.
Games are important, but community is what truly makes queer gaming culture so special.
Queer Gamers is helping create spaces where queer players can connect, compete, build friendships, and feel genuinely welcomed in gaming.
This group focuses on bringing queer gamers together through online communities, event, content, and safe spaces that celebrate both gaming and identity.
And honestly, right now, that kind of representation matters.
Research continues to show that LGBTQIA+ players often turn to gaming communities as spaces for connection, self-expression, and support, especially when those spaces feel inclusive and affirming.
Organizations and communities like Queer Gamers help gaming feel more accessible, more supportive, and a lot more fun for queer players around the world.
One of the best parts of gaming culture is seeing how people continue building spaces for each other.
Whether it's through community events, streaming, esports, or just finding your people online, that sense of belonging means everything.
All right, let's take a closer look at Queer Gamers.
Hello, I'm Kushter. I'm the online events manager with Queer.
Your forehead's too shiny to be a player. You're an HR manager.
Gamers. Queer Gamers is a 501c3 nonprofit, and our mission is.
Yup, HR manager. Carl, how did you clock that like that? What do you mean her forehead's too shiny? Does anybody here know what a gummy smile looks like? A gummy smile. Anybody? 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 And for the people in the back that are asking, Carl, what's a gummy smile? Go to your bathroom right now. Go to your bathroom. Go to any bathroom nearby right now. One with a mirror. Look in the mirror. Smile naturally. Do you see your gums? Are you a big cheeser? Do your cheeks puff up real big? Yeah, that's what a gummy smile is. Look at the big brain on the twin. He worked that out before I was even done explaining it. You get a cookie. Unfortunately, there are some people that are audio-visual learners, so there needs to be an audio-visual portion here. 1 second. I know exactly what I want to pull up for this reference. Oof. God damn it. Okay, there we go. I just need this frame. Thank you. And my obsidian screen. And let me get some ASAP Rocky. Preferably one without the glasses. There we go. Thank you. Need that. Mm-hmm. And now I need an alt black girl that wears glasses. Black girl, glasses, smiling. Preferably a thin one. Oh, yep, that'll work right now. Thank you. Mm-hmm. That's perfect. Okay. I have here 3 pictures. One of them is a porn star when she used to be much, much heavier. Notice the giant fucking forehead. Then I have rapper A$AP Rocky looking normal. And then the random picture of a black woman dressed professionally and conservatively in a setting with big, thick-rimmed glasses, but not feminist glasses. What do you notice about the smile? Do you see how the smile and the smile lines and the exposed gums connect to the eyes like they're happy to be here? Right? Right. Now, back to frame. What is wrong about this picture? I'll make it even bigger so I can make it even more obvious.
Parts of gaming culture is seeing how people continue building spaces for each other.
Whether it's through community events, streaming, esports, or just finding your people online, that sense of belonging means everything.
Notice big, gummy, lips, eyes, camera. Yes, she's presenting something, but she's technically happy to be here.
All right, let's take a closer look at Queerty Gamers.
Hello, I'm Kushter. I'm the online events manager with Queerty Gamers.
Do you see how the eyes don't connect to the smile? That means that they are not happy to be here. It's an obligation. What's the greater point you're making, Carl? Well, to go again, whether it's a porn star, a musician, or a business professional, your eyes and your grin need to connect and have emotion. And these eyes are dead. Like a fish. They're dead like a fish. And you know what gamers are passionate about? Games! Games! Especially if they are managers over games. Her forehead is too shiny, which means she is not a person who is often in front of the camera. So she can't be a competitor, and she isn't a regular gamer. She's not a broadcaster even, because that's something that she would have smoothed out with makeup. She doesn't smile often, which means they do executive choices. So, if her forehead is shiny, and the overtone of the light reflects in a certain way, while they might be a broadcaster, they are not a gamer. And since they're not a gamer, there's only one place that person could be coming from. An executive C-suite position, which means they're an HR manager. Yes, chico. Yes, remember to lie.
Queerty Gamers is a 501c3 nonprofit, and our mission is to support and uplift LGBTQIA2S+ gamers, creators, and industry professionals.
Looking directly at the screen. She could be looking at a script, but you see how beautifully all those words flowed together? That's not something somebody who doesn't do it for a living doesn't do! Which brings me to the question. Why are we now presenting in the middle of the show, this show about presenting games? Why are we now having an organization presenting queer community, as they explained it, basically breaking down that actually what they're presenting to you is a charity fund, a 9103 nonprofit charity that effectively takes money to connect you to other people when you're supposed to be able to do that by just joining a fucking Discord and saying, hey, do you like playing cozy games? I like playing cozy games. Let's play this cozy game over here. Hey, do you like playing Slay the Spire 2? I like playing Slay the Spire 2. Let's talk about our lives and get to know each other over this multiplayer match and figuring out card synergies. Do you like playing Cultivation Sims? I like playing Cultivation Sims. What does your character's designs and outfit and attire in your favorite Cultivation Sim look like? Let's do content about that while playing with other people. That's something you don't need a fucking non-profit for! So what are you selling me? Is it networking? Are you selling networking?
By providing resources, community, education...
Yes! They are selling you fucking resources! Oh my god! You know what? Hey, listen. You know what we need to do? You know what you do to spice it up and make it different? Sell them e-girl gaming wait, they already do that. Sell them sexualized e-girl... Fuck, they already do that too. Sell them queer female and male and trans femme and trans male gaming partners. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we redesigning heelslut.com? Why are we doing that? Because that's what you're doing. You reinvented and then presented like a new product heelslut.com. For the people at home who don't know, heelslut.com or various services like it is basically where you hire a person to be an e-girl. I didn't plant my fucking seed in the soil, so I gotta get fucking stone and wood now. Fuck. Anyways, it's a company where you pay money to get a person to basically be an actor, and the actor's job is to play the character of a submissive gaming partner for a fee. That is effectively what it is. And in doing so, they give you basically an ELO climbing partner to play the game with. They get to climb the game with your help. And the payoff is basically companionship. So the feature of this company is to pay for companionship. Now, your response after hearing that, Sujwin, is that sounds incredibly pathetic. And it is! It's a really stupid service. Now, imagine that, but it's queer femmes. It's queer trans femmes. It's basically people who are eclectic social shut-ins. Does that sound like a good thing that you should do with your time and money? Monetize the social anxiety of people who are already coming to you because they feel like that they would be persecuted by other people who in other gaming spaces, third spaces, would already allegedly be bullying them? My honest answer is no. That is not what I should do. And the reason why is because I'm taking advantage of somebody whose money I'm now burrowing in my pocket because I have them dependent on me creating for them the adulation of what seems like safety and security, when I'm really selling them their fat ass back to themselves. Right? I'm taking advantage of people who basically, they claim that they're being taken advantage of in other places, in other spaces, So they come to me to make a safe space for them, but what I'm actually doing is I'm taking them for every single bit of their money. Without actually solving the underlying problem. Which is the production of the queer space. Especially the queer third space in question. And pray tell, where does the money to this charity foundation, this non-profit, where does it go to? How does it get spent? Will we be getting a breakdown about that?
And opportunities that expand visibility, connection, and real-world impact across gaming culture. So we just kicked off our Queer Quest event, which is our biggest fundraiser of the year. This includes a 3-day parade-a-thon event on Twitch, along with many other fun events throughout the entire month of June.
Oh, the Twitch! You mean the platform that has done the least amount of protection and representation for queer individuals and third spaces in conclusivity? Because it is filled with hyper-political people who would much rather harass your stream than actually be supportive in a community? Wow! I love getting money to a man who loves to lecture himself on women. Please, give more of my money to the private organization that is headed by the sweet, sweet officer, Dan Clancy. I love when you give Hassan, a millionaire, more money. Woo! Woo! Woo!
How can you get more involved? We are always looking for volunteers and donations. We are also excited to announce that we are now taking applications for our Queerty Gamers Creator Program. So if you enjoy streaming and are looking for an inclusive community to join, please fill out our application. All of this information can be found on our website at www.queertygamers.org. So if you're looking for more queer games, you can go to queertygamers.org/games, and you can find a list of queer games. And if you're interested in submitting a game, you actually can submit a game right on that website as well. We hope to see you soon. Keep games gay. Love that sounded so gay.
All right, it's a quick.
Carl, why are you so angry? Why are you reading that woman to filth? Why are you being so aggressive? That is a fucking shyster company, is what that company is. Queerty Gaming is a shyster company. It is asking from you things that you otherwise should not be giving. Why do I keep getting a person from this server trying to talk to me? It is a shyster company that wants your money and wants your investment and they want your manpower and they don't really actually offer and promise you anything meaningful or acceptable. It is asking for a lot without giving anything back in return and then making you feel like the thing that they're offering you is the thing of value that you're getting. You should be highly suspicious of that. Highly suspicious of it. Because the alternative is to basically let them fuck you. And you shouldn't let anybody fuck you. You shouldn't let them fuck you for free.
Time for some adorable chaos. Cute Patoots is a retro-inspired 2D platform shooter that blends colorful charm of classic games like Kirby and Mega Man with fast-paced action, exploration, and creature collecting. You'll jump, dash, and shoot your way through cozy stages filled with quirky characters, silly mysteries, hidden paths, and a whole lot of personality. And while the game looks super cute on the surface, there's also a really satisfying action platformer underneath with power-ups, non-linear level design, and enemies you can actually collect along the way. The pixel art is really gorgeous, the music has perfect nostalgic retro energy, and the whole game feels like a love letter to classic platformers from the 90s.
So it's a vibe game. It's Kirby's art and Mega Man's design with all of the energy that basically wants you to make this feel like it's your girlfriend's Mega Man sim. So it's not 20x, it's not 30x.
Let's take a look at Cute Patoots.
Okay, so it's technically Kirby character design with Mega Man platforming. Yep, that is definitely Mega Man.
My name is Patrick Randazzo. I am part of...
This is the gaming file. This right here is the gay final boss. This is the bear that walks up to you at the gaming convention game jam is like, I really like your vibe. Me and my team would really like to invite you back to the studio for some personal development time.
Pokey Games, and I'm making a game called Cupitoots. So what is Cupitoots? It's a cute, colorful, action-packed adventure. You get to jump and shoot and find secrets and get powers and collect...
Also, because that's a bear man, you literally cannot get away from the allegations. You're making games that would appeal to the autistic completionist on Steam with too much money and not enough time. Or excuse me, backwards. Too much money and too much time on their hands. For... basically, trans femmes that are still autistic and have too much money and too much time in their hands. For a lark, I can imagine women playing it. But I don't imagine them enjoying it long term. Studio times. Stop it, Blair. Stop encouraging me.
Enemies, but it's kind of retro-inspired, so really you're just trying to save the day. The themes for Cupitoots came from really trying to understand how we accept ourselves, and a lot of it is accepting yourselves for the imperfections, and also, you know, personally and emotionally. I think the biggest driver for this was how to fight against being emotionally perfect, right? It's not going to be good vibes only all of the time. You have to have kind of those mid vibes or bad vibes to like really become whole, and that really pushed me to explore how we understand and accept emotion, and I felt like that was kind of a radical concept to put into a little cute game. I think as the world of Cupitoots was coming out, I had all these characters that interact and care about each other, but in seeing that, I didn't find gender as a super important character design aspect. It was kind of a world where these characters are bouncy and friendly, but gender isn't really that, you know, constricted for them, and it really helped me as I'm considering like the dialogue and narrative to be a little creative and introspective on how I can write without the constraint of gender. And
well, to his credit, if you make characters not male or female, but various versions of anthropomorphic pocket monsters, then you don't actually have to worry about the concept of gender. It can just be a bunch of cute animals. There's your female connection. But then after you get past the collective of, okay, now I have a bunch of cute pixelated art aspects that are now made retro, how do I get past the retro-prey? And I'm not mispronouncing that on purpose. I'm invoking the mockery version of Let's Plays. How do I invoke the retro-prey variation of this art without it being mockable at the end of the day? Platforming. Actual content.
And these characters, they're just all friends. There's not like a important factor of them being he, or she, or they. I purposely omitted kind of that demarcation in the game. But the characters don't care what they're called, but it's not a big important part of them. They're not defined by being he, she, or they. And it's actually not really that relevant in the world, which I think is really an interesting way to explore and interact with language and with personality and relationships.
Now, I evoke for you, what is the difference between this man and the art designer of Shay? What's the difference? What's different? Yes, I did invoke it. Have you noticed what's missing? Do you notice what's not around? Do you see how he loves his game and how he thought about how he would make it and present it aloud? I triggered so many people by doing that just now. No. What is different about his presentation that is different about the presentation that came from Shay? I just said it. What's different about those two presentations? What's different? Yes! Passion! He has a passion for what he's talking about. He's thought introspectively and deeply about what he's presenting and how he's presenting it. So, the ideas and the concept that inspire the art behind it move collectively in a direction where you don't have this insistence of something that insists upon itself for the sake of being. The Lantern of the Laughter Slate was finally in early access. $20. Interesting. I mean, he is a man. He's a bear man, but he's a man all the same. I mean, I don't think gender should be a factor here. I think passion is the primary factor. Because if we base it on the fact that it's gender, that doesn't really get across the problem. Because she was a co-founder, he's a founder. So electively, they're on the same level. He's clearly talking about the design, so he clearly designed it himself. She made the art, she made the aesthetic, she designed it herself. But this is basically implementation over aesthetic. Direct function over lives. If the factor that insists upon that is gender, then so be it. But that actually says a lot more about the industry than it says about me and my dumb jokes, observing what this part of the industry produces for itself. And if that is the case, and that is the conclusion that we come away from, that actually says a lot more about the designers inside of cozy games and how they make, and how the rest of us observe them as a collective group. Because if we can observe them like this, and that's the conclusion we come from, and that we're going towards, that is not a very good thing for them. Because it actually means that the men, no matter what context that they have sexually, are just creatively non-bankrupt. And the women, creatively, are bankrupt. And the provocation that comes from that, I don't think I want to finish that thought aloud. I don't want to finish that thought aloud. Because when you say it aloud, what it sounds like is the women have uninspired designs that ultimately don't mean anything, and the men think so deeply and intrinsically about how their art will be understood and consumed that they spend an autistic amount of time thinking about it, thus making the art better in the end because they have considered the appeal and they've considered the intrinsic value. And if that's the come away that we come away with, well, shit. No excuses now, girls! I'm not gonna say it, but they both really need each other. But most men are the people that have the geek builder gene and not the quirk chungus one. I mean, you could have both. The difference is that sincerity overpowers idiosyncrasy. Or rather, to say differently, sincerity and passion override maudlin and irreverence, which you could say that's quirk chungus. Being sincere and not constantly being a contrarian for the purposes of a Mao wasn't that funny is better than the alternative, because the alternative implies that you don't even care about your own art to explain it in a way that does not come off abrasive, versus explaining it in a way where the only way that there could be abrasion is if the person is against the concept from the onset, rather than the implementation and then the logic behind the implementation. Which, another way of saying that, just with the example I've made here, is a female artist with the freedom to design how she wants to, claiming that she's inspired by M.C. Escher, non-Euclidean art in Lovecraft, basically made her game sound like pretension and boringness, despite being an immersive sim that uses horror and the genre design of basic tactical sims, such as Metal Gear Solid, versus a man who basically made 8-bit, 16-bit pixelated Mega Man with a little bit of Kirby And he takes it so deeply serious that he said, in the design of making these characters look sweet and cute and adorable, I did not want to use gender as a guide and as a crutch to hold me back from my designs. So I embraced the concept of designs that, despite being pixelated, represent the example that the inspiration and concept is derived from. And that is deeply interesting to me. And I say again, if the observation of that fact creates the kind of feeling that brings that to the front and makes it into something that is an indictment on the queer and queered minds in the industry, then so be it. That's your fault.
I hope that there are players that find this game charming in a way that encourages them to explore this cute, kind of colorful world and the characters and secrets, but also kind of like let it be a parallel to be a little introspective and think about how they interact with their own world. I think the biggest emotion that I'd like to, or I guess the biggest thing I'd like to see from players is that, you know, Cute Patoots, the world loves you, and I hope you get to love the world of Cute Patoots too.
Now, this one has an absolutely incredible premise. Spill the Beans is a reverse detective visual novel where a secret recipe has been stolen, and unfortunately, you're the one who stole it. Instead of solving the mystery, your job is to manipulate conversations, gather evidence, interrogate suspects, and somehow convince everyone that somebody else committed the crime. The game takes place inside of a cozy fantasy cafe filled with vampires, skeletons, magical disasters, and one very judgmental cat bot.
So, a reversed espionage visual novel.
All wrapped in this gorgeous hand-drawn art style. And what makes the game really stand out is how reactive it is. Characters remember how you treat them, relationships evolve based on your choices, and there are often 15 different accusation paths, depending on who you decide to frame. Cozy, chaotic, extremely queer, and somehow manages to make emotional manipulation look weirdly charming. Let's take a look at Spill the Beans.
You know what's fucked up? This is a parody game. This right here is a parody game. I'm gonna tell you why I think it's a parody game. Or rather, why I say this sells me on it being a parody game. And when I mean parody game, I mean it like a mean-spirited parody game. The goal of this game is to take advantage of information that you dig out of people interpersonally so that you can then blame them for a crime. A single player Among Us is in fact interesting, but not in the format of a visual novel. Behold! A loot black! But an eatable, exploitable one! How do you know they're a loot black? Because that is clearly an amphibious white woman. And we all know the type of woman loot blacks love. The jokes, again, write themselves. But I'm serious. This is the kind of game that you expect to be made by 4chan. I stole a recipe. And I, as the male Chungus in this universe, am now going to pin my hateful, laborious crime on one of these 15, or rather 5, 8. I didn't count how many player characters there were. It seems like it's 8. These 5 to 8 different soft girl and soft boy aesthetics for my doings. And I will do so by making friends with them, getting close to them, maybe even possibly attempting to seduce them, to receive information that then allows me to pin my crime on one of these people. That sounds like a parody game. That sounds like a parody game. And it's a parody game that's sold to women. Because basically what you're actually saying is, who do you hate the most? One, 2, 3, 4. This seems to be the boss. 5 characters, 15 ways to end the game. How many people were in handcuffs? One, 2, 3, 4. So, 4 potential people. But 15 endings. That's maybe 20, 60 hours of gameplay.
Hello, I'm Eve. I am a programmer and writer, and I'm working on Spill the Beans, a reverse detective visual novel.
Her forehead's too shiny again.
So originally, Spill the Beans started as a game jam project that was meant to take place over a month.
Yep, of course it started as a game jam project. It's a fucking visual novel.
Hello, I'm Eve.
Behold, another non-gummy smile.
I am a programmer and writer, and I'm working on Spill the Beans.
And it doesn't match the fucking eyes!
A reverse detective visual novel. So originally, Spill the Beans started as a game jam project that was meant to take place over a month.
Also, who names their daughter this name? N-A-O, Nio, I-M-H. Normally, you could read this as Naomi, but it can't be. Nioim? Nioim? Are you from Skellige? Do you have Celtic and or Irish people in your family?
We went through a bunch of ideas that we thought we would like. We thought cozy cafes were cool, but we also loved detective games. We have a lot of fans of things like Ace Attorney on the team, so we wanted to meld those two into one thing at the end of the day. Over the course of the month, we laid out...
And so they made one-player, turn-based Ace Attorney, but actually you're the villain.
Our cast of characters we wanted to include, but we never quite figured out who the culprit was. We knew
These people play a lot of Professor Layton.
what the game's name was. It would be Spill the Beans, because that's a really fun name to give to a game set in a coffee shop that's about detective stuff. So the game jam went along, it ended, and we didn't quite finish the game because we hadn't figured out who the culprit was until we sat down and we thought, maybe the most interesting thing we could do is say that the player is the culprit. And suddenly that twisted the whole idea on its head. Suddenly, you know, all these people you were interrogating, we knew why you couldn't find out why they'd done it. It was because you had done it. And now we had this new dynamic to play with, to make the player a manipulator, and how that could maybe take a new twist and a new kind of emotional stakes to give to this cozy setting that we had fallen in love with. I think for me, the crux of it's always characters. You know, when you go to a cafe, it's really cool and peaceful, and you know, you have your nice drink, but there are all these people around you, and you don't know what their lives and their internalities is actually going to be, because, you know, you're actually talking, you're sitting by yourself, and you're relaxing. And so with Spill the Beans, you know, you have that coziness of the cafe, but you also have people, and you're talking to people, and you're finding out that internality they have, and the things that make them tick and are human. And I think there's something inherently cozy about getting to know someone else.
But here's the problem with that. You're playing a game that isn't designed to be cozy. You're playing a game that creates stress. You're creating distress. Again, this is why I keep saying this sounds like it's a parody game. You're creating distress in originally a stress-free environment where people come to relax because you've committed a crime. Now, with the pressure of being in the room with a potential thief, these characters are expressing themselves to other people, and then you're taking their emotions and using them against them, thus increasing higher stress, variation, and the verisimilitude of the variosity of the action that is informed by the behavior. Now, I think she's probably one of the first programmers that made the game for this game jam that they originally came up with the concept from. But I think they fell in love more with the idea of getting to know the characters in the sense of you're talking to them to interview them, and not I'm intentionally interviewing this person to gather information to find a stool pigeon for me to set up for my crime.
You are put in this kind of high-stakes situation where they are more likely to share more slightly personal things, and there's an intimacy to that I think is inherently kind of cozy and very close to the chest and very intimate. I think the thing I hope people most reflect on is what it means to manipulate someone, because in my opinion, in writing this is kind of what I'm taking away, is to manipulate someone is to know them. It is to know all their weaknesses, all their flaws, all the ways that you can change them, but also to not have them know you in any way, to have them not see through the facade and not see who you are, and the inherent loneliness of that, of knowing someone but not being known yourself. And that maybe across the course of the game, as you change people's minds and hearts, you start to see the other paths that open up and the importance of connection, whether that's knowing someone or being known in return. Please be sure to wishlist Spill the Beans on Steam and check.
Now, I'm going to bring up a game. A really good game that actually demonstrates this exact knowledge. My God, Bloodia. Now, I'm going to bring up a game. Unfortunately, this game is not sold on Steam. It is one of the mini games that features Johnny Young Bosch when he decided to do some slumming for the voice acting novel games. And it is a game called Time Hollow. Time Hollow is exactly the game with this philosophy that they have described. I'm trying to find the original artwork. There we go. Original artwork. Time Hollow. Boom. Time Hollow. So, Time Hollow is a social deduction game that is written and plays like a visual novel. However, the paths in which you take through it are controlled by using a stylus-like device. And this is like early 2000s stylish device. So, literally your stylus is the pen that is the Time Hollow. And the design of the game is all about learning about the background of a familial relationship between yourself, a family member, and the one that got away. Yes, from the DS era. Yes. And the point of Time Hollow was that you could not discover what was happening in the story without going through time and experiencing these events from the viewpoint of these people at their age as youths. But you were basically a descendant of the family members who were related to each other that this event was based around. But the very concept that they're going for is basically Time Hollow. You could also use 999, 9 doors, 9 paths, 9 fates, or Steins Gate. Any version of Steins Gate honestly works. But you're looking for a game that effectively puts you in the seat of a detective who is trying to use information to get to a goal. And the goal of the game, much like any detective game, especially if it plays like a visual novel, is you're trying to find the ultimate mystery. But the problem is that you cannot make a cozy game out of this kind of concept. Because, I'm going off of what you just said about identity, to know a person is to learn and know yourself. If I'm learning about a character in a visual novel, I am getting to know who they are as a person, and I am creating a simulacrum of them in my mind that then becomes a variation of a dating game. I'm remembering details. I'm remembering information. I am jotting down places, location. Basically, the equivalent of playing through Myst, blind. I'm looking for what's same. I'm looking for what's different. I'm looking for inconsistencies in a story. I'm looking for consistencies in a story that proves where somebody was and has an alibi for what they were doing at certain times of day. And the double blind for if somebody is involved in the mystery, but they're innocent for the event that they're being accused of. Danganronpa does the same thing. Ace Attorney and whatever version of Ace Attorney that you're most familiar with, but we're going to go with Phoenix Wright and Edge. I'm forgetting his name. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? What the Ace Attorney games also do. When you're in the position of the accuser, you get to know people with the intention on trying to build the simulacrum to solve the problem. If the person that's doing the investigation is now the perpetrator, you cannot make it a cozy game unless one of the options is that I can choose to turn myself in. Assumptively, that would be a fail state in this game. I want to get away with my crime. If I turn myself in because I get to know the people and I say, fuck, I can't send any of these people to jail, they're honest, innocent people, that does not make for a good game. Not at all. Because I am ultimately going to be dissatisfied. Because if the simulacrum requires me to get to know you as a person, and I now have other people to know as a person as well, and the end goal of my action in this game is to pin my crime on you, the only way I could care about getting to know you is if I'm going to now manipulate you and this group in order to get them to vote you the criminal. It's like Among Us. It's like being the murderer. And the goal is to basically not get away with crime, not just get away with the crime, but also to kill any and all witnesses. There's nothing cozy about that. That's stressful. Can't you just copy the story, the stolen recipe, put it back? In the way in which they wrote the story, you're stealing it from a safe during a blackout. And there's only enough time for you to snatch the recipe and hide it somewhere either in the restaurant or on your person. So they remove the opportunity of even the simplest answer, which would be copy the recipe and then allegedly put it back. They made it so you didn't have enough time to get away with crime. The thing that is the very cornerstone of basically find the difference minigames and investigate this story minigames, I think was best demonstrated by the concept of a psych lock in the Ace Attorney series. There's like maybe one instance in the anime variations, adaptations that they made of the Ace Attorney game for the anime, and various different versions of Ace Attorney down the entire Ace Attorney line. I don't remember it being in the Miles Edgeworth timeline. I do remember it being in the Phoenix Wright timeline. I forget the one that comes after Miles. I think it's the small little boy who wears the blazer. Can't remember his name. But the concept of the psych lock was basically Apollo. Thank you. Apollo Justice, that's right. The concept of the psych lock is that the person who is the culprit is putting on a fake face. And the way to get them to confess to their crimes while on the stand is to basically break their minds. Mind break them. But not that kind of mind break. But literally make them so upset with the fact that you are attacking their psyche, attacking the very simulacrum that they have presented in the form of the psych lock minigame where you break the psych locks, to get their real personality to expose itself and drive them mad, which then makes them give the game away and then makes them reveal that they are who they are, the culprit. In this game, They have decided to use that mechanic of instead, you're not revealing yourself, you're looking into their past. You're going past their boundaries to dig into their personal history. And by digging into their personal history, you're going to pull a Dustborn and you're going to trigger their pains and problems to make it convincing that they did the crime. The clown woman was a true mind break scenario. I mean, it is, but you know what I mean by mind break. Like, I mean mind break like the concept. I don't mean mind break like the hentai tag. Alas, and I digress. By using this concept, which probably better belongs to Ace Attorney than it does to a single-player evil Danganronpa. Don't ruin my fantasy. Look, if you want to fuck a clown, you can fuck a clown. I ain't trying to stop you from fucking a clown. But I digress. Putting this concept that better belongs in Ace Attorney than it does in a reverse Danganronpa, where you're the villain trying to pin your crime on somebody else. What you're prehensively creating is effectively a non-cozy game. You're making a game that is anti-cozy. The only thing that would be cozy about it would be the part where the person discovers, actually, I'm the one that did the crime. And now you spend most of your time going through stages of the content. One stage is getting to know the people who you're going to pin the crime on. The next stage is digging into their personal lives, learning about the triggers that they have that allow you to then bring this personality behavior out of them that you can then use to pin the crime on them. And who do you want to be the fall guy? And how do you want to convince each of them that that person is the fall guy? Danganronpa from Junko's perspective. There you go. Now me, I use the example of Time Hollow because Time Hollow was a deeply engaging story. Because you need to have an engaging story and engaging methods of investigating the story where you do not reveal the choices along the way, which is something that is also inherently uncozy. Like any person who's ever played Steingate, any person who's ever played Fate Night, any person who's ever played Fruits of Crystalia, any person that's ever played any kind of H game where you have to basically have different options, different choices, and thus different paths to your outcomes, should know that there is nothing fucking cozy about that action. Look, our resident, our resident nerd girl, our resident female queer nerd girl. You are just in time to join the conversation, and also the festivities. But it is an uncomfy situation. And I don't mean uncomfy in like jump scare uncomfy. Although, for the example of a non-H title, we can use Doki Doki Literature Club and Me-Side. But it's a inherently uncomfy outcome. Inherently, it's an uncomfy outcome. Because pushing people for information is not comfortable. It's aggressive. And in the premise of how you set up a story, the reason for a person's aggression can have a lot of different purposes. The thing about it that stood out to me, that made me make the comparison, is that the story of Time Hollow is basically discovering why your family member is really fucking jumpy and really fucking testy about this particular woman that is on the cover of the game alongside the hero protagonist. I went looking for specifically this piece of art because she is the focus of the game, as you can tell by being a pink-haired antagonist. But every version of the art has different focuses of different characters that are important for that background. There are some, like the cover of the, I assume, PAL region version. Yeah, this is the assumption of the PAL region version that is in Japanese. versus the DS edition that was made for America. The one that doesn't have the Japanese in the cover is basically the guy in sketch color half drawn in, whereas the one for America is literally underscore underlined with the idea of the Time Hollow pen's signature with the girl on the side, and his hair colored in around the circle speck that you make with the Time Hollow that then gives you the frame of the mechanic that allows you to see things in the past. And the mechanics and the way that you involve yourself with it, if I can use a better example here, the mechanics in which you involve it with involve you basically needing to draw the thing that you're investigating, because you're looking into something that is the core of deeply instrumental pieces of material. So in a story like Time Hollow, literally a person dies because of what happened in the original timeline. So you, with Time Hollow, basically are discovering deep-set traumas that have traumatized people to basically create the ending where that woman is not dead. But instead, now, by the relation of the characters, this is a massive spoiler, but this game is very old, is going to be your aunt by marriage. You can go so many different ways with the concept. And for me, much like how Mother 3 has this, Boktai, both 1 and 2 had this, this game has this, and other such mechanics and other such games have this. You are getting the person invested because of the details that you're investigating. It's not about hooking up the relative through time shenanigans. It's about discovering the reason why shit's fucked up. I can read you the plot synopses, but don't lose the point of the point. Don't lose your mind on the point. Comparing this to the material in which we're criticizing and observing, the purpose of the detective game the purpose of the detective game is supposed to be you, character, driving plot inertia to discover outcome to fulfill plotline. If you change that around and you're now the person trying to get away with the crime, you cannot design it as a cozy game, because ultimately it can't work unless the point of the coziness is to then completely subvert the coziness by now looking at them like a predator. In other words, what I'm saying here is that as the writer and the programmer, I look at her name and I want to say Naomi. Naomi? Because the H has to be silent, especially if it's Celtic. So Naomi. It's like looking at the name Soursea. So like Saoirse Ronan, that like one white-haired actress. Those of you who like music probably remember her from the music video for Ed Sheeran called Galway Girl, City of Ember, a bunch of other shit that I can't remember the name of at this moment right now. Yeah, it's a name like that. So it's not pronounced like Saoirse. It's not pronounced Saoirse. It's pronounced Saoirse. So Naomi. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's a weird feeling to be an African American male with a hard to pronounce first name, pronouncing other people's names incorrectly because I do not belong to the culture which they come from. Digressing. The best way that they should present this game is to not spoil what's going on. But unfortunately, simplicity betrays the cozy genre, because the more complex it is, the less cozy it is. So you tell them outright that you're the one who did the crime, but then you get to know the characters, and then you forget, and you're like, oh wait, I'm supposed to be framing you for a crime. It's like that other detective mystery game that they've been premiering during the events called Apple Crumble. You're going to a house party to celebrate your grandma's birthday, but someone is going to try to kill your grandma. It's a Knives Out type of mystery detective experience, where you are trying to prevent the murder if the murder hasn't already happened, versus if the murder has occurred and now you're trying to figure out who done it, just like Clue. You are presuming a lot of things, but assumptively, in Apple Crumble, you are trying to figure out who wants to kill Gram, whereas if you were to take the concept of Apple Crumble and flip on its head, you murdered Gram, but now you need to frame other people at the house party as a potential collaborator, if not the original mastermind. If you remove it from the context of it needing to be cozy, where you spend more time caring and getting to know the character and falling in love with the character and falling in love with the simulacrum of them that you make in your head, because they become your soft boy or soft girl, and you project yourself onto them, you instead put it in the concept of, I am getting to know you so that I may frame you for murder! It's an experience, ladies and gentlemen. It's an experience. And it's a deep set experience that requires you to really dig out what a genre is and what it isn't. And if there's something that I know certainly about those types of experiences, they can't be cozy by design. Shock and horror is necessary for a detective game, because part of it is that you are the detective. You are being shocked and horrified by the fact that this nice, sweet person could commit such an egregious crime. And your relationship to the character motivates you to keep them alive or involved or to receive justice for what has happened to them. Ace Attorney being a very good example. This also relates to the concept of the dating mechanic that could be tied into JRPGs. For that one, I look at Valkyrie Profile Covenant of the Bloom. That game has a mechanic with the Destiny Plume. You are basically contracted to a person who is a representative of the underworld. You are given a plume that came from the Inenhar that took your friend in the prologue. That may be the same titular Valkyrie in the franchise. I don't think she is, but the titular Valkyrie that you are chasing in the franchise as a character whose name is Wilfred, if I remember correctly, but it's spelled Will with a W-Y-L, Fried, like Siegfried. Wilfred, who is given a destiny plume that is corrupted with the powers of hell, H-E-L. And you can sacrifice members of your party using the destiny plume, where it gives them a significant boost to their stats to win the combat, because it's a turn-based battler. But at the consequence that after the battle is completed, that character dies. There is an ending if you use... There is a non-standard game ending. Let me be more precise. There is a non-standard ending if you use the plume too many times. There is an ending for if you use the plume never, if you use the plume at least once, and if you use the plume up to at least maybe 4 times, depending on who you're sacking, to give your player character power over the fact that you are killing the people that you're sacrificing. It's not as complex as I'm making it sound. I will show you a flowchart. That way I can show you without spoiling the game. And suddenly Carl can't spell Valkyrie? Game facts. Yeah, there we go. Here's what I'm looking for. What I'm basically describing is this flowchart here, because it is a flowchart, basically. You start the game from the prologue. You choose the destinations that you go to. You get to visit those destinations Each of these paths have an easy, medium, and hard difficulty and particular allies they come with. On the path, you have a choice of how many times you get to use the plume for however many fights inside the chapter that you fight. Then, your choices and how many times you use the plume dictates what happens. Overusage of the plume is automatic death. But, eventually, through the plume use, you stay on whatever the ending path for that route is. So, for example, using the plume never leads to the non-standard game over. Using the plume never leads to ending A. Using it 3 times leads to the non-standard game over. Using the plume once puts you automatically on the path B. Then, if you never use the plume again, or only use it 2 more extra times, you stay on the route ending B. If you use the plume even once, you go to ending B from ending A, from the diversion of the Chapter 5 fight. If you use the plume at least 2 times, and then 0 to 1 additional time, you go onto path C. So if you use it 3 times, after using it never at all on certain paths, automatic non-standard game over. You get eaten, if I remember correctly. You get eaten by a Hound of Hell that comes and kills you. If you use it at least 2 times, and little to no more after that, you go to path C, where I believe you are also still fighting a Hound of Hell, but now you're fighting back against it. If you don't use it at all, you basically get told, because you didn't feed me, I'm going to betray you. And then ending B is your pretty much standard, I did what I had to do to chase this person type shit. That kind of a flowchart with your actions dictates a very simple flowchart that most of these games follow. Because it follows the exact same type of flowchart that basically is the background of most H titles, most JRPGs, and most JRPG endings that you can find. It's as basic as fucking Chrono Trigger. And yes, Chrono Trigger has multiple endings based on the choices that you make in the game. Obviously. But imagine that in a detective game. And then every time you fuck up, you have to start over from the beginning. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of complexity. By trying to make that as simple as possible, you strip away the nuance that actually makes the thing exciting. And then you're sad. I think we've hammered this out as much as we can.
I got our newly updated demo just for this event, where you can play Jesse's first re-releasing for the public right now, where you can try to figure out something about their mysterious past with one of the other members of the cafe trapped inside with you.
The Gaming Pride Parade is sponsored by Logitech G, the creators of high-performance gaming gear built for players, creators, and streamers everywhere. From keyboards and headsets...
Logitech sucks. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Logitech fucking sucks. Logitech sucks. Razer sucks. Find things that fit what you need them to do. You don't need to have a 9-button customizable TikTok shop mouse, I can tell you that much. If you want to get one of those weird mouse towers, where basically you use your thumb and you use your 5 fingers rather than that, go ahead, be crazy. But you don't need a Logitech device at all, or a Razer one. They are not worth the money you spend on them.
To microphones and streaming equipment, Logitech G has become one of the biggest names in gaming by helping people play, create, and connect in ways that feel more immersive and personal. We love that Logitech G continues supporting gaming communities and creators across every corner of the industry while helping make gaming more accessible and welcoming for everyone. Visit Logitech G to check out the latest gaming gear and accessories at logitechg.com.
Remember the pure feeling of play? Running to reach out and tag a friend. Placing the last block on a medieval castle. Putting your last quarter in the arcade knowing it's high score or bust. The anticipation.
You're using a British voice, which means you couldn't find an American who could read as well.
Rush. The genuine joy of play. It makes us feel alive. That's a feeling we can't help but chase.
Now, see, what's wrong with this is that the people who care about esports are not the ones that are going to be at a gaming pride parade. Let's be fucking honest. With the exception of Deadlock, which ironically is the most aggressive MOBA I've ever experienced to date. They do not care about esports, because nobody cares about esports. That's why it's bought up by the Sauds. If they cared about esports, they would have moved away from the design that was created by the LCS and Riot Games, but they didn't.
To experience it, share it, and keep it feeling new by always making play better. Like when 8-bit graphics doubled every few years, and every advance felt like we were landing on an undiscovered planet. Or when the people you played with went from friends in the neighborhood to friends around the world. And when wires were replaced by freedom. Creating breakthroughs in play can be just as exciting as playing, if not more so.
Except that the kind of people who are going to use that kind of device, they're not going to buy a consumer product brand. They're going to buy a hyper-specific brand. And they're going to buy a hyper-specific brand that does a hyper-specific thing if they don't just buy that thing themselves. So they would never buy Logitech. Logitech is what you basically get people to buy into when they ask the question, what do I need as a new streamer? And you're a big tech company that just sees dollar signs when they walk into Best Buy.
Because everything we design, build, and innovate brings that real joy of play to everyone. First-time gamer or esports pro, we've got you. Think about it. We design controllers that enable more people to play. We make invisible connections faster. We put F1 cockpits into living rooms. We make sound better. And give mice endless power. Play challenges us, connects us, and fuels our creativity, inspiring us to find new ways.
If there's one thing that I wouldn't trust, it would be wireless. Wireless implies battery. Battery life implies it can die on me in the middle of a play. That is why I use a wired laser mouse. I used to have wireless because I had a laptop. For smaller shit, and with a new battery life, you could probably make use of it, especially if you're college-based. But if you're playing from a workstation and from a tower, wire your shit. Wire your mice, wire your keyboard. Yes, it helps with cable management, but you don't need wireless. Wireless is a cop-out. Unless you're playing on console. Then, wireless is amazing because you're dealing with a non-mobile station that you have to move around often versus a non-mobile station that, assuming that you're putting it in your house, you're not moving it ever. Especially when you gotta hit the gamer position. You know, sometimes, you know, your fucking wires around your console become a fucking mess. Especially if you are people who do have wired shit. Those of you who were from the early generations of PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, and Nintendo 64 and GameCube know what I'm talking about. Your shit's not wired the best. You got controllers and paraphernalia wired up in the corner. It's tangled on itself. You got a bag that you put all your fucking technology into. You put it in that bag. It gets tangled over time. You got a bunch of fucking controllers for a bunch of fucking consoles that you own. And you're like, shit. And then you've got the Nintendo GameCube Wavebird sitting there, ready to be played. All it needs is a new set of AA batteries. It's a different experience when you're playing console and it's wireless, which is why the Xbox 360 dominated that era, because Sony refused to catch up to this concept until about maybe the PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4. But then, when PC became the de facto marketplace of people who actually want serious competitive gaming and serious consumer concept gaming, you just don't need that shit. Because I will be damned if I mess up a play or I lose a game because my shit died on me.
To advance the game. So when people ask what we do and why we do it, it all boils down to helping every human live by 2 words.
The thing that I hate most about Logitech is that Logitech is the kind of brand that, much like SteelSeries, you can't afford. They sell to companies. They sell to branding agencies. They sell to broadcasters who then do easy marketing advertisement firms for them. Because they want the wholesale price. If they make money off of people buying consumer, that's money in the rich. But it's like being a fan of Nintendo, but you live in America. They're only really truly caring about the Japanese brand. Because Nintendo of America and Nintendo of Japan have 2 very explicit direct focuses.
Keep playing.
Okay, y'all, this next game is fabulous! Neon Death Drop is a fast-paced top-down action game where you play as Seraph.
We already know who this game is made for. Every single person in this room knows who this game is made for.
A gay go-go dancer using fierce choreography and kinetic powers to save a futuristic neon city from hordes of rogue robots. You're dodging bullet hell attacks, chaining together stylish dance combos, manipulating the environment around you, and literally slinging enemies off the map.
Now they have segments to show what the gameplay looks like.
The combat is all about movement, rhythm, and style points, with flashy choreography, inspired mechanics that make every fight feel more like a performance than a battle. But underneath all the chaos and camp, there's also a really heartfelt story here about identity, community, and becoming the hero you were born to be. And visually, this thing looks incredible. Neon lights, futuristic cityscapes, stylish character designs. It feels like a nightclub. A cyberpunk anime and a drag performance all crashed into each other. Check out the latest gameplay from Neon Death Drop.
All right, boys, let's get this show started.
Seraph, drop the floor and push them in.
I didn't realize you were all into group play. Am I the star? Whoa, fuck my life. Step up, Sally. Back up, Becky.
Seraph, brace yourself. Something big is coming.
Damn!
Nigga! Nigga! Why though? Oh my god, yes, they are the Gucci of tech. They are a version of the Gucci of tech. How much money do you want to bet the next person on the screen is going to have a nose ring? Well, I bet $10 on it. $10 and a cookie. Also, I agree with that statement. My lawyer has advised me not to make a comment. The worst I can say is nigga damn. Nigga damn. The black men are looking down on this one right here. Ant-Man Films felt a disturbance in the force. The Yes King pornographer smelt what they were dealing. I can't say what I want to say, because if I say what I want to say, I'm gonna start saying slurs.
Daddy.
Not me, that. The only thing that can defeat these power bots is a power bottom.
Where's the Kendrick Lamar scream? I need the Kendrick Lamar scream. 1 second. 1 second. We're gonna go back to the start, and we're all gonna suffer together, okay?
Drag performance all crashed into each other. Check out the latest gameplay from Neon Death Drop.
All right, boys, let's get this show started.
Seraph, drop the floor and push them in.
I didn't realize you were all into group play. Am I the star? Whoa, fuck my life. Step up, Sally. Back up, Becky.
Seraph, brace yourself. Something big is coming.
Damn, Daddy.
Not me, that. The only thing that can defeat these power bots is a power bottom.
Death Drop.
Hello, my name is Mark Schneller. I'm definitely one of those gays, and I'm the director of Neon Death Drop. You're playing as a gay go.
You cannot see it! I am getting out of my chair! And I am about to go pace around my house angrily for about 2 seconds. Oh! Okay. Where do I begin? Where do I begin? Where do I end? Better question. Where do I end? Better question. When do I stop? One second. I need to take a screenshot. I'm going to take a screenshot of my OBS window right now, right? I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I'm going to send this to Jay and see if I can get a reaction out of her. We'll see if I can get a quick reaction out of her, or if she'll answer like an hour later. Now what can I say? What do I want to say? What do I want to say about Mark Shelter? Excuse me, Mark Schteller. It just looks like Shelter. What do I want to say about Mark Schteller? Mark looks like the older brother of that one particular white guy that was amongst that gay choir that sang "We're Coming for Your Children." If you know what I'm talking about, you know, the ones that turned out to have a bunch of fucking former, that used to have a bunch of, not even former pedophiles, actual pedophiles as a member of the gay choir. So for the people at home that are playing home game, I'm talking about these guys. Yes, yeah, that guy, right now. The one that's on the front of these two thumbnails. He looks like he is his older brother. You know, this is the baby gay. This is the bear gay. I'm not saying that he is his brother. I'm saying he looks like he could be his older brother. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying he looks like his older brother. I'm being very intentional with what I'm trying to evoke. And yes, these guys that were a part of this choir, many of them are actual pedophiles. You'd have to go find the meme edit that was made for TikTok and for Twitter, because there are different versions of it that are flying around the internet now. But several people from that choir are literally pedophiles that were inside of that male choir. Many of them registered, many of them for actions around a minor under the age of 14, etc. Now, Carl, are you saying that this man is a pedophile? No! I'm saying that this man introducing themselves as a very, very, very loud queer was obvious. Namely, by the giant multi-layered pearl necklace and the fetish gear that they are wearing on tape. Professional event! Professional recorded action for event, and you present yourself as thus. With God as my witness, if I was to present this to Poe or to Loping on Twitter, I'm pretty sure they'd have a bunch of slurs to say about people who present themselves like this. Because not even big gays, not even big gay bears present themselves like this.
Answer with superpowers. I'm a go dancer as well, so I really wanted to.
Oh, are you? On the side? Or for fun? Because if you make games for a living, do you do it for the money? Or do you do it for... Stop it, Carl. No, I won't stop. Or do you do it for the pearls? Bloody, get out of my head! Get out of my head! Get out of my head!
Bring this kind of energy into the young death drop as well, and to share this experience with what it feels like to be the life of the party with the audience as well. The demo for Neon Death Drop is out on Steam right now. Go play, wishlist, and follow us on Kickstarter. We're going to be launching the campaign very soon.
From high energy action to some...
The best part is that he didn't stay on the screen for very long. And technically, by choosing to pause Andy, I made that seem like it took longer than it did. Watch that in full time. Yes, I'm doing that to you again.
Seraph, brace yourself. Something big is coming.
Damn, Daddy!
Not me, that!
Also, before we even get there, the art on this character makes this person look like a buff gay twink. Obviously they want them to be a buff gay twink. With big, juicy, thick nigga lips.
Up, Becky.
But the way that they are drawn, they look like they belong as one of the boyfriends to the girls of the Winx Club. And then, this big, thick nigga with big, juicy, thick nigga lips and rotund waist and defined quarter of thighs. When he puts up his arm and says, something big is coming.
Something big is coming.
Damn!
That does not look like an overweight black male.
Daddy!
Not me, that!
So, like, who's doing the art? Because he's the founder. He's not doing the artwork. Who's doing the art? But Mr. Carl, how can I support the gay community if I can't shove a redacted up my butt in public? The best way that all queers support each other from behind. What was that, Carl? That was the sound of my decency trying to stop me from making that joke.
The only thing that can defeat these power bots is a power bot.
Death Drop.
Hello, my name is Mark Steller. I'm definitely...
What it seems like to me is that the character design for the character's body seems like a one-to-one for the founder.
I didn't realize you were all into group play.
Because this is a brown-toned black man.
Whoa. Fuck my life. Step up, Sally. Back up, Becky.
Seraph, brace yourself.
But the character here looks more like a fantasy version of the founder.
Something big. The only thing that can defeat these power bots is a power bot.
Death Drop.
Hello, my name is...
And you see it too, right? So I'm not crazy. But again, look how quickly this goes, actually.
Mark Steller. I'm definitely one of those gays, and I'm the director of Neon Death Drop. You're playing as a gay go-go dancer with superpowers. I'm a go-go dancer as well, so I really wanted to bring this kind of energy into Neon Death Drop as well, and to share this experience with what it feels like to be the life of the party with the audience as well. The demo for Neon Death Drop is out on Steam right now. Go play, wishlist, and follow us on Kickstarter. We're going to be launching the campaign very soon.
From high energy...
That was like 10, 15 seconds. But for nearly 10, 15, 20 seconds, from the ending of the trailer to the interview portion, that shit felt like it took 30 minutes! Because mentally, that's where we're at. That's where I'm at. I don't know about y'all. That's where I'm at. We are 4 hours in to something that only lasts an hour and something long? Yeah, that's how much time it takes to unpack what you're mentally seeing on stage and on frame. Oh boy, am I so happy that I chose to put these ones at the back. Because I knew the gaming pride of it would have some bullshit, but I underestimated them. I thought they couldn't get worse. That's my fault. That's me. That's my fault. Why would I think that they couldn't get worse? How ridiculous, Carl. You silly, silly man. You silly, silly goose. Okay. I have a reply from Jay. Okay. My God. Okay. Jay's reply is that I asked her. 1 second. Gotta tool it up. I asked her, what does she think? And what she said was, I smell Oh. So accurate. So accurate, Queen. Oh, fuck. What if I was to tell you? He introduces himself as one of those gays and as a go-go dancer by profession. Let me see what she says to that one. I gotta get to the screen cap. 1 second.
And I'm the director of Beyond Death Drop. You're playing as a gay go-go dancer with superpowers. I'm a go-go dancer as well, so I really wanted to bring this kind of energy into Beyond Death Drop as well, and to share this experience with what it feels like to be the life of the party with the audiences. The demo for Beyond Death Drop is out on Steam right now. Don't and papers.
From high energy action to something a little more emotional and nostalgic, Taco no Kimetsu Ocean of Secrets is a gorgeous action RPG inspired
female game
by the golden era of Game Boy Advance adventures, blending classic retro storytelling with modern gameplay and deeply personal themes. The game takes place in a world where octopi have mysteriously been erased from history, and players follow 6 different heroes as they uncover the secrets behind disappearing wildlife, rising political
and they're apparently drag queens too,
tensions, and shadow creatures consuming the world. Alongside your magical octopi companions, you'll explore colorful pixel art environments, solve puzzles, battle shadow monsters in real-time combat, and slowly piece together the truth behind the world's forgotten.
So basically, take the art design of Pokemon trainers from Pokemon and the art aesthetic of the Game Boy Advance era of The Legend of Zelda, specifically focusing on the Minish Cap and the Four Swords Adventures, and fuse it with everything queer.
And honestly, the art direction here is incredible. The entire game feels like discovering a long-lost fantasy RPG from the early 2000s, complete with beautiful pixel graphics, emotional storytelling, expressive animation, and music from legendary composer Motoi Sakura, known for Golden Sun, Tales of, and Dark Souls. But
literally going straight to the goal. Ah! Ah! They're putting drag queens in Golden Sun.
What really makes the game stand out is how personal it feels. Each character has their own trauma, history, and emotional journey to overcome as they try to bring back hope to the fractured world. Let's take a look at Taco no Kimetsu, Ocean of Secrets.
Oh, that's interesting. So not only is it recreating what Mina the Hollower already did using Game Boy Color era concepts. They're choosing to target specifically the Game Boy aesthetic era design of Golden Sun with drag performances. So I was actually a lot more accurate when I said Pokemon than I intended. But not the trainers, but the beauty contests, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to drag conventions. You're killing enemies in the field to get materials for your costumes. So, what it actually is it's a GBA adventure of Tu Wong Fu. Thanks for everything, Julie Newmar. I've seen everything now. I've seen it all. It is basically Tu Wong Fu, but it's designed like it is from the era of the Minish Cap, and the special assistant spirit / sprites of the Mana series are small octopi creatures. Did that motherfucker just turn into a drag queen in the field? Yes, they did. Yes, they did turn into a drag queen in the field. Pray tell, what is the power of doing that in the battle, in the open field? Does it give you special abilities and powers? Is being a drag queen like being a superpowered individual in this universe? Yes it is. Okay, Tu Wong Fu in the art design of the Minish Cap, circa 2004 and maybe 2009 if you want to push it, utilizing the fighting and combat design of the Shining Soul series connected to Shining Force with a drag queen concept and art design for the character designs, written with the depth expected out of Lunar's Star Story. I am so fucking confused. Who is this for? It could only be for women. It's effectively a JRPG that sticks its hand in from the queer dimension and sprinkles some gay all over it. But it seems like there's way too many concepts that are clashing. Because if there's something that is deeply, the word I'm looking for isn't off-putting, but it's a form of lie. Deceptive is what I'm going to settle for. When you look at this cover, and you look at how they're designed, this would seem like it is a type of JRPG video game that was designed to evocate the era of things like Lunar Star Story, and Golden Sun, and Breath of Fire 3, Breath of Fire 4. But then, nowhere on the cover is there any clue that this is actually a transgender queer story featuring drag queens? Nowhere. But of course, first, because the title's in Japanese, let us first look up what Taku no Himitsu actually means. Because they're aping so many things from anime. And I am a whole ass, not a half ass. So, if you translate this and you stick this into a translator, an accurate machine translation is The Secrets of the Octopus. The Secrets of the Octopus Ocean of Secrets. If you read the title on the side, and you read the app script from the thing, what you get is this. Taku no Himitsu, Ocean of Secrets, wild animals are disappearing, in the mysterious Temple of the Order is on the rise, and shadow voids are suddenly populating the land. Gather 6 heroes and their octopus companions, and work together to save a world consumed by the secrets of the past. Nowhere inside of this title does it tell you that it is a story about what could literally just be transgender, if not specifically femme-boy, drag queens going on a JRPG adventure. There is nothing that tells you, there is nothing that warns you, there is nothing that places that out on the table. You go even deeper. This is an indie action RPG made as a tribute to the Game Boy Advance era of gaming, spiritual successor to Save Me Mr. Tycho, play in a world where octopi are erased from history. Following centuries of peace after the last war between octopi and humans, the world now must face the secrets of its past. Wild animals are disappearing, tensions between countries and brewing the wise and materials Temple of the Order, and shadow voids are appearing. Play as 6 different characters, each with their own abilities and symbiosis powers. Discover their individual stories and traumas they must overcome to make a positive change in the world. A friend and trained magical octopi, the heroes of the past, which are basically sprites. They're sprites. They're sprites. That's what they are. They're the sprites that correspond to the elemental natures that you'd see inside the Mana series. Salamander, Dryad, all that shit. Undines, all that shit. Strategize in real-time combat with the shadow monsters plaguing the land. Switch between different characters to adapt to the enemies and gain the upper hand. Explore a vast, troubled world and discover the learn secrets of its past as you travel across the land. Discover the truth of the Shadow War and meet memorable characters in a great adventure to restore light to the world. Does that anywhere inside that show anything about the transgender parts and about the queer gender parts? No, it doesn't. Does it show the drag queen elements of the story? No, it doesn't. Hey, Pride event! Hey, Pride event! Can we be prideful about what's in our game? Because the only place where you show any concepts of this is this event announcement that was produced on June the 17th, which was featuring Karan, the aspiring drag queen. This is the only part. This is the only part. But it's just this character. Nowhere else. That's not very prideful of you! You know what? When I go to a Pride event and I'm looking for, I'm reading the comments. Oh my gosh, I'm definitely one of those gays. Depending on the context, things can be pretty disturbing. Smell like booty hole side. Center. When I go to a Pride event, an event where I'm supposed to be prideful and proud and confident in what I have to show and show off, when I'm designing something that has never existed before and I'm bringing it to an audience of people who I want to engage with the material of my content, I should show off what is in that content front and center, not burying it in event announcements and recent event breakdowns. That's what I do when I have something that I am prideful of showing off. I show off what's in the game, since that's supposed to be the draw to get people to play it. This, which is to say, the Steam web helper side, because it takes itself down when you take it down. But this is the equivalent of reading the front and back cover of the game box. This is where I'm supposed to learn about you and your game and everything in it. Same thing with another game that is much more inspired, obviously, since it's supposed to be inspired by, which is weird, because this is just from the same studio. This is not inspired by. This is based on. It's something that's based on the thing that it just came from. What a weird thing to say about something that comes from the fucking design of something else. Anyways, since this is obviously one that features the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy era of game design, this one is just basically a continuance of that same thing. But for some reason, we don't want to say that. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Of all the things to be prideful about.
Christophe Galati. I'm a French indie game developer, and I own the studio Dinios, Probas, and Dark.
Nobody do it. Nobody say it. No. Nobody do it. Nobody say it. I know what he said. I know what he said when he introduced himself. But pay attention. Peep it. Peep the background. Peep the background. Peep the background. That man is an actual gamer. And he knows exactly what he's designing for, because he's a fan of the Mario and Luigi franchise. Yes, make your French jokes, but no! He knows what he's doing!
Stuff always been near me. In my opinion, games are what save me, because during this time I used to kind of escape by playing a lot of JRPGs. So living those adventures and these characters helped me survive my life, I guess. So I really always wanted to make a JRPG that will have a deep storyline that could also maybe help people. So in the game, it's really like drag is not only part of his storyline; it's also very present in the game world. Like in each town, there is a bar with some drag artist, drag king, drag queen, drag queer, and the character fights with his drag. Basically, during the game, as you can see in the trailers that will be revealed with the interview, you kind of unlock looks during the game. So there is like a lot of political stuff also. Like there's
a lot of political stuff. Technically, if we're being honest, it's the kind of thing that should be driving the censorship of the game in terms of the characters and what they do. Like, instead of it being octopi, it's drag that's being outlawed. And in secret hovels, they gather together to be wordsmiths. And to be a drag queen or drag king is to actually take on a humble responsibility of keeping the folklore around the original heroes, the octopi, alive. And so the character has to deal with the rising political tensions behind them trying to erase the queer history of the octopi by literally smothering them out of existence and sealing them in temples. Just a little bit of ways that you can alter this, because maybe he doesn't care about the political stuff that happens in the RPGs. He just wants to design cool shit in pixelated style. That's cool too!
Presidential election in the game.
I see the vision. I see the vision.
Also, regarding drag queen, as I mentioned, I did cameos of real world drag queen. So there are more there is more than 50 real world drag queens in the game. It also led to a side quest where you have like a Pokédex, actually, where you have to find all of the drag queens.
Well, I apparently was not that wrong. Again, I was dead on the money with the Pokemon read.
In the world, and they show it in the book. And so yeah, there's a lot to look forward to.
Poke drag, gotta catch 'em all, girls.
The game, and yeah, hopefully I managed to get the right mix of making traditional JRPGs.
It's you and me and Mr. Man in the corner with the big pee-pee. Stop it, Carl. Do not invent a Poke Garage theme song. Do not do that.
Like saving the world, killing gods, stuff like that. While having modern stuff like characters speaking about their traumas and drag queens, stuff like that. The only thing I might, like sometimes I'm afraid like people will only see the game as the game with the drag queens because there is a lot of characters and a lot of stuff, but I guess once the game releases they can see the whole picture. We don't have a release date.
Well, you see here, the problem is that the most stand-off and stand-out piece of the thing that you made is the drag part, because you're presenting it at a queer pride event. In gay, with a Y, Ming. So, it's going to be the first thing that people are going to attach themselves to and notice. You kind of have to accept that you're going to have your game seen as the game with the drag queens. Because it's the most memorable thing about it. Again, pride! Pride! You made the game! You made the game! Pride! Pride! You made the game! Spine! Spine! Where is it? What do you mean by catch the ball in this context, Carl? Stop it! I'm already fighting with my green jump. I am already fighting with my green goblin. Okay? Don't encourage me!
Yet. Hopefully we can release the game next year. We did the Kickstarter campaign already, which was pretty successful, and there is a demo on Steam since the Kickstarter campaign.
One of the best things about queer...
Make your jokes. Make your French jokes. Get them in. Get your French jokes out.
Gaming is how it brings people together.
And few groups embody that spirit better than Boston Gamers.
Boston Gamers is a nonprofit LGBTQIA plus gaming community dedicated to creating safe, welcoming spaces for queer gamers to connect, build friendships, and celebrate gaming together.
What started as a small community meetup has grown into massive networks of thousands of members across online and in-person spaces, hosting everything.
One could describe that's also what happens when you have a starting infection that becomes a full-blown parasitic framework.
From board game nights and tournaments to convention events, charity streams, karaoke nights, and community
Carl, are you saying that queer events are like parasites? Yes.
meetups.
And what's really special is how intentional they are when building inclusive spaces where queer players can...
How exclusive they are when designing things to push people in or out.
Genuinely feel comfortable being themselves.
Through their Discord community, local events, convention presence,
and there it is,
and fundraising efforts, Boston Gamers has helped create meaningful friendships and support system for queer gamers throughout Massachusetts and beyond.
They've also raised tens of thousands of dollars for LGBTQIA plus charities through streams and events, proving just how powerful gaming communities can be when they come together around a shared purpose.
We had the chance to catch up with the team behind Boston Gamers to learn a bit about their mission, their community, and the work they're doing to make gaming more welcome for everyone. Let's take a look.
This has to be the last presentation that they have available, because now we're at the last 7 minutes of the program. But boy, we've been here for hours. Oh, we have been here for hours. Oh, this is such a gold mine full of potential and value. But to who? To who?
I am Matthew Vincent. I'm the executive director of Boston.
Sir, you look like... oh, what is that guy's name? Oh, God, it's a white actor. He was on a sketch comedy show. And I remember the skit that I remember him from most. It was a skit where basically there was a bunch of guys that were gay porn stars that died in some type of fire. And the setup of the sketch was that progressively, as they kept investigating what happened, they discovered that they were all dead. It's a very specific actor I'm thinking of. I just need to look up the sketch that I'm looking for. One second. Gay porno sketch comedy Central. It's not Office Homophobe. No. It's not Straight Man for the Gay. It's not Straight Plan for the Gay Man. No. Oh God, it was some. I can't remember the sketch comedy. I can't remember it. I remember what the frame looked like, but I can't remember the sketch comedy show in question. If anybody remembers the show from the 2010, 2005 to 13 era of Comedy Central or MTV, you know exactly what I'm thinking of. I just can't remember the name of this actor. Because he looks like he could be his son. Same facial structure and everything. This is going to haunt me. This is going to haunt me.
Gamers. Boston Gamers has now existed for 9 years. We've been operating in the greater Boston area, running a bunch of events to help folks find queer community, fight isolation in the community, and just offer better mental health for people to get out and connect with people. We run over 5 events per month now, ranging from board game events to video game tournaments, drag shows. So we're really all about sharing our passion of gaming through community and through community events. And then this year, we're actually hosting our own small gaming convention called GamerFest. So we're so happy to be able to put something on that's going to be that special for the community. And if you'd like to learn more about Boston Gamers, you can check us out at bostongamers.com. There's a Discord link there. Follow us on Instagram. You'll see all the amazing events we're doing every single month. And if you do want to check out GamerFest that's happening in September, go to gamerfest.com and you can get tickets and check out all the stuff we're doing there.
Close out the showcase, we have a game filled with magic, mystery, romance, and honestly, immaculate vibes. Wild Society is a beautifully cozy period drama life sim by Studio Dry Dock, the creators of the award-winning Wildflowers. You play as Vivian Wild, a witch socialite and boarding house host living in the bustling town of Fairhaven at the turn of the century. And this game really lets you live out the fantasy. You'll renovate and customize your magical boarding house, host elegant tea parties and glamorous balls, manage guest relationships, practice witchcraft, conduct seances, and maybe even a little spark of romance and drama along the way. One of the coolest things about Wild Society is how much player choice will shape the experience. You decide who to invite into your home, how events unfold, which relationships grow stronger, and what kind of socialite Vivian ultimately becomes. Visually, this game is absolutely stunning. Fashion, architecture, and entire...
I mean, it's stunning in the sense that it looks like it has actual funding behind it. But I'm not going to say any more than that.
Atmosphere feels inspired by classic period dramas, but layered with magical fantasy, queer storytelling, and cozy life sim mechanics. You can also collect magical familiars.
Yes. An Agatha Christie novel that you can design the interior bedroom of.
Connect with spirits, explore the supernatural side of Fairhaven, and influence the town through both your social circle and your witchcraft. Let's hear from the team behind Wild Society.
Welcome to Wild Society, a witchy period drama sim where you run your own magical boarding house. I'm Alexandra Liu, and I'll walk you through one of our most exciting features, rituals. A witch's power is only as strong as her ingredients. You'll need to explore the island to find everything you need for your magic. To create a ritual, you'll need to discover ingredients which possess the same magical properties and craft them into the right form. When you pick up a new plant, shell, or crystal, check your crafting stations. They'll show if you have any ingredients with undiscovered words of power. And the first time you craft it will reveal what that power is. Now you can prepare your very own ritual. Read the incantation to find out which words of power are needed. And then use the items you crafted to fill in each word of power. More powerful rituals will need additional ritual items, such as gemstones or potions, may even require harnessing the stars. Just like our previous title, ritual magic is the heart of all your witchy activities. So with the help of powerful ingredients and your coven, you can use rituals for things like brewing potions faster, changing the weather, or even growing a bridge to explore new areas. We have lots more magic to share with you in the future. For now, best witches.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of person who would like this game. Ironically enough, I'm pretty sure my sister would like this game. So remember what I was saying earlier about cultivation sims? This is technically a cultivation sim, but it's dumbed down, made smaller, more focused on, again, aesthetics and vibes, rather than a deep mechanical system. Because that system is basically like asking somebody to play Satisfactory, but extremely neutered.
Hello, hello. I'm Victoria Kershaw. I'm from a development company.
Nose ring theory. Who bet earlier that we'd be seeing from somebody with a nose ring? You get my $10. It's an imaginary $10. Here you go. I'm handing it to you through the screen.
Called Studio Dry Dock. We're really passionate about cozy, heartfelt storytelling, creating
Also, Gummy Smile.
immersive, non-violent games and reflective worlds where everyone can belong. Something really different about Wild Society from our first game is that your choices really influence the narrative a lot. You'll be choosing things like what tenants you'll be hosting at your boarding house, who to matchmake, who you'll be deciding to romance, if that's your thing, and even things like who do you endorse to be mayor. So your choice is always really matter here. Essentially, we're trying to create this witchy Bridgerton world where you get to both be a powerful witch, but you're also a very powerful socialite. Maybe your coven needs a new witch, so maybe you want to host an intimate tea party with just a couple people. Could be someone from the town, could be a local, and yeah, maybe you want to help them get in touch with their magical powers and convince them to join you. Oh my gosh, I am just so excited to continue introducing this game to BookTok because I really feel like they're going to vibe really hard with what we're putting down. If you're a PC player, please wishlist us on Steam. We are there right now. If you are waiting to hear about other platforms, the best place for you would be to join our mailing list, which you can find the links for that through places like X or Instagram. Telling your friends, please tell your friends. Do you have some book reading babes, period drama fanatics, historical costume maker cosplayer friends? Please tell them about this game. Word of mouth is huge. We are a little studio and we just want this game to reach as many people as it would delight as possible.
Thank you all so much for joining us for the Gaming Pride Parade.
And that's the end. I found what I was looking for. I was wrong about the network. It was not Comedy Central. No. French people didn't give you cuties. No. That was a Muslim. That was a French-Canadian Muslim. We don't claim her. She's not like us. But no, I found the title I was looking for. Where's the guy's head? Where's that head? There we go. Basically, gay dev from the future. I know who he looks like. Give me power word slurs. Stop it. Okay, I found what I was looking for. So, I was wrong about the network. The network is not Comedy Central. It was MTV. It was a sketch comedy show that starred Aziz Ansari called Human Giant. This guy right here on the right side, the bald one, I believe his name is Rob Hubel, if I'm correct. Could be wrong. But Human Giant was what I was looking for. Is it Rob Hubel? No, this is the other guy. So I'm looking for Paul Scheer. There we go. So this guy right here, him. That's what he looks like. That's what he looks like to me. But then again, it could be alternate reality future gay dev. That is also possible. It could also be alternate reality future Short Fat Otaku. Unfortunately. If you've never seen Dev's face, or you've seen Dev's face and like draw a picture of what he looks like to you, that's what Matthew Vincent looks like. The only reason why this mattered to me is that I was trying to find the name of this actor. Okay, now, what possibly could they have for the end of this event?
Felt stories, chaotic adventures, stylish action, cozy worlds, unforgettable characters, and so many games that deserve your support.
So if you saw something here that you love today, make sure you wishlist these games, follow the developers, support queer creators, and keep uplifting the communities, helping make these spaces possible.
And the celebration does not stop here.
Don't forget to tune into the Gaming Awards 2026 this Monday, June 8th at 7 p.m. PT, streaming exclusively on WoW Presents Plus.
The show is hosted by voice actor Erika Ishii and RuPaul's Drag Race All-Star Dawn, and will celebrate the very best.
Ah, yes! The woman who decided to insult the world, and another drag queen.
Of queer geek culture with 60 nominees, 14 awards, and an incredible lineup of guests, including Pheromone, Rock'em Sakura, The Gamer Guys, and more.
Thanks again, everyone, for watching. I am your co-host, Milady Confetti, and you can find me at Milady Confetti on all social platforms.
Yes, and I'm your other co-host. My name is Jax, and you can find me on Twitch and Blue Sky at HeyGetJax, or on Instagram at GetJax. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Happy Pride.
The event might have been an hour and 11 minutes, but that shit was actually 5 hours. That shit was 5 hours long. Because that's how much was there to talk about. Oh, fucking God. Frosty Game Showcase. No, the New Zealanders. Is it fixed now? Can I now use my proper screen? We're gonna find out.
We acknowledge the traditional owners of the beautiful lands upon which the Frosty Games team lives and...
Oh boy. They have a country acknowledgement in here. From one type of cringe to another type of cringe. Gamer acknowledgements. That's what we need, chat. We need gamer acknowledgements. We need gamers to start getting them to acknowledge that they stand on stolen land. Gamer land. Okay. Does this work now? No, it is not working now. Why won't you work for me? Why won't you work for me? I'm angry. nose is itchy. Which probably means my pressure pad's sitting too high on my nose. Gotta fix this up again, which means it's not going to stream properly again.
We acknowledge the tradition.
Filter, playback speed, play at 1.5.
We acknowledge the traditional.
Okay, there we go. So for whatever reason, it's not letting me use picture in picture. So we just have to keep using it this way.
Owners of the beautiful lands upon which the Frosty Games team lives and works, the Dharawal and Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people, and pay respects to elders past, present, and emerging. We also extend that same respect to any First Nations people tuning in today. This always was and always will be Aboriginal land. Kia ora everyone and welcome to the second Frosty Games Fest showcase. We hope you're excited to see a
Second? Was 2025 the first? That doesn't make sense. I'm gonna fact check that. 1 second. Frosty Games Fest, Aratoria, New Zealand, blah blah blah. Huh. SGF 2025. Frosty okay, I see. So they had the mini presentation that came from Aratoria in 2025, Frosty Mini. So yes, 2025 actually was their first year. Wow! Okay.
announcements, reveals, and updates from more than 50 of the coolest games made in Australia and Aotearoa, New Zealand. But before we get started, we want to take a minute to
How do you say it?
thank our incredible 2026 50 of the cool made in Australia and Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Ontario?
Excited to see announcements, reveals, and updates from more than 50 of the coolest games made in Australia and Aotearoa, New Zealand. But before we get
Like, I'm looking at her mouth, and I'm looking at the vowels move, and when she says it, it's like she's casting an incantation. I feel like you just said words in the Baldur's Gate, spell language. My niggly mouth can't keep up with that, I'm sorry.
started, we want to take a minute to thank our incredible 2026 sponsors, Code and Strange Scaffold. We are incredibly grateful to both our sponsors. Their support has meant we can bring you another awesome showcase full of fresh, homegrown games. Code is New Zealand's Centre of Digital Excellence for Game Development, helping indie game studios with grant funding, mentorship, and more, supporting pathways into the games industry. Find out more at nz-code.nz. Strange Scaffold is a game studio committed to making great games consistently and taking care of the people who make them. Check out their latest project, Space Warlord Baby Trading Simulator, and make sure to wishlist Truckgun is supporting me from another world on Steam now. Alright, as you watch the showcase today, you'll see this icon pop up, letting you know there's a demo that you can play on Steam right now. You'll also see this special Frosty Scoop alert before all of our exciting world premiere reveals. Blah.
I'm so happy that everybody's adopted to the Carl standard. Oh, I love when I win. I love when I win, because when I win, gamers win. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, it's so delicious. Arms itchy.
But definitely not least, and actually maybe the most important thing, is that you can find a complete list of all the games featured today over on FrostyGamesFest.com, as well as a link to our Steam event for easy wishlisting right after the show. Okay, now let's see some games.
Hello, it's me, Janet DeMornay, coming to you digitally thanks to the wonders of internet.com. I'm here today to tell you about an exciting new demo my marketing team just told me about. It's got chills, thrills, and product placements. An escape house comedy horror starring me, Janet DeMornay. So won't you join me, Janet DeMornay, in Janet DeMornay?
Is a slumlord and a witch. Steam demo out now.
Is that it, Bridget? Are we done here? Dirty little renters.
Hey Frosty fans, my name is Phoebe and I'm a variety streamer, a historical baddie, and a lover of using my platform to raise funds for charity.
Why did you air quote historical baddie? There are so many questions and not enough answers. And I need answers. Why? Ah, yes, finally. Rapid growth. The growth sim.
Hang out with me on Twitch or YouTube at Basically BB and let me know what your favorite Frosty Games first feature is. Could this next game be it? Fans of cows and chess, listen up because this game has neither. Strap in for a fresh look at this real-time artillery game where Super Smash Bros. Meets Worms, but with a movement system all of its own.
Friends, Roman statues, Frosty Games. This is cow chess.
Oh, is it cow chess?
Get upgrades, blast rockets at your friends until somebody falls off.
This is Gunbound. I know they said Worms, but I was a child of the browser era, so that's just Gunbound to me. And if you know what Gunbound is, then you know what I'm talking about.
It's a little guy. Introducing the little guy. Wait. Did you bring your motorbike? Yeah, sick motorbike, little guy. Oh, nice save. Oh, it's ending. Don't forget to wish.
Hi, I'm Sean from Duo.
They're going by so fast, you don't even have the ability to react to what they're saying and what they're doing. So you got one game that's Gunbound. You have another game that is a tongue-in-cheek Total Distortion. And if you don't know what Total Distortion is, you are missing out on some primo lore from the 2000s. And then you have a video game that is basically Cookin' Mama, but it's also a world venture JRPG? Question mark? Again, I allow this shit to get fucking spoiled. I need of metal now.
And I'm out here in the tropical rainforest of North Queensland. This place has been a huge inspiration for our fishing game, Fishing Echoes. You'll need to track fish feeding habits and their activities to catch the most special ones that will help you on your journey. We can't wait for everyone to see the game, get hooked, and learn how to master the art of the rod.
Welcome to the picturesque banks of the Mystic Grove, humble angler. It is here, where the enchanted waters flow lazily beneath a tangled canopy, that you'll learn how to tackle the art of the rod. Like many hopefuls before you that sought to harness great power, you will need to learn how to control the elemental abilities that these creatures possess. You'll discover that the fish of these waters hold many secrets, some wondrous, some bizarre, and others still that truly embody the alien mysteries of the deep. Your journey will take you far from your peaceful grove, into the deep heart of jungles, across icy tundras, and other fantastic vistas beyond. You will need the help of the masters of these places if you are to succeed where others could not. Will you be the angler of legend to stop the maelstrom that threatens our oceans by catching the fabled Fishing Echoes?
Okay. Now here we have a game that seems like it appeals to women, but would definitely pull her on men. Bashful Adoration.
Hi everyone, my name's Ted Darling, and I'm the video editor here at Team Frosty Games Fest. If you're watching this, it means that I was successful in putting the showcase together, and I'm not currently being hunted for sport by giant anthropomorphic ice cream. Coming up next, we've got an early access announcement for fans of roguelike tower defense games, like me. In this next game, you'll play as a reluctant Apollo, helping the gods of Olympus defend their home from the ravenous hordes. Hope you enjoy!
Okay, so you've got ourselves basic tower defense, roguelike in nature, much like half the titles that are going around these days. Why is it named Atlanta, though? For Atlantis? Is it possible to call it a game? Is it possible to call a game by the name of another game that hasn't even come out yet? Neverway, like? We took your Stardew Valley and we added non-Euclidean gods, and now we have an entire genre of pixel video game that uses that as an inspiration.
Hey there, my name is Bradley, and I'm the developer of Verbal Void, an upcoming adventure game.
Bradley, what is on your nose?
Game that explores neurodiversity through 3 unique characters as they venture across the Rooney Islands, a long-forgotten mining town with a tragic fate. I've been working on this game for over 8 years, and it's been a labor of love. So I hope you enjoy this upcoming trailer and a couple of the new mechanics in the game, and you enjoy the rest of the Frosty Game Fest.
Well, there's the inspiration that has grown out of Mirror's Edge. Free line. Free line. Fee line. Fee line. Free line online.
Hi, I'm Kieran from Team Frosty Games Fest, and I was brought here from my home planet to discover what Aura is and if it can help our declining birth rates. We're really letting it rip with this next title. Build your battle top and fight to become king of the streets as you skate around a vibrant Y2K city in this bite-sized roguelike based loosely on a certain 2000s toy anime. 3, 2, 1.
And this is Slayblade. This is a game that I looked at before I turned on the stream today, and it's obviously Beyblade, but for some reason they've layered it in several levels of maudlin irony, and now it feels irony goblin. Why not just do a fucking copy of Beyblade straight? Basically, a skyblock cultivation sim. Eh.
Hi Frosty fans, my name's Qualbert and I'm the creator of Qualbert.com, an independent gaming website where our reviews are more than just a number. Our team love locally made indie games, and if you do too, check out Qualbert.com, join our Discord and find us on socials. Now get ready for a turn-based tactics RPG of Rebellion on roller skates. In this next game, you'll lead a crew of skaters and street artists rising up against an oppressive regime with brand new gameplay ready to roll out right now.
Don't you have Crusader? Now a boomer shooter. It's going by so fast. There's not really much you can really say. But boy, does that look fucking based. And now Jet Set Radio. But what if you skipped through levels? In Later Skater.
Hey there, I'm Jeff, former magician.
Whoa, and I'm Winston. I'm one of the directors of Samurai Punk, the studio that brought you the classic indie multiplayer shooter Screen Sheet.
And I'm a
Why were you using a green screen to put this guy in the room?
pharmacist turned magician turned game developer who was also in the Mortal Kombat movie as double for Liu Kang.
We've teamed up to build a new kind of multiplayer game, and we're really excited to show you all today.
If you've ever dreamed of becoming a movie star, this could be your big break.
Pharmacy! See the truth, the pirate TV, now hand it over!
Which, camera fire ruined it.
What are you doing? It's too dangerous. They could come back any second, and they have done.
So, be a breeder.
We're going
No, it's you now, right?
Ah yes, the ultimate friend slop games. Don't talk about your friends watching Oni Plays. Don't talk about Mystery Science Theater 3000. Become the snarker and make your own movie scripts. You think the scene's dog shit? Well, here's your chance to show how much of an actor you are.
Oh no, wait, I'm dead. No, I'm dead. I'm dead.
I'm sorry, boss. The money. This family. We got some responsibilities.
Wait, okay! You are a liar and a cad, on guard!
Finally, I am ready for it to... Oh, wait, this case. It's always about this case.
Gary, what the heck? Close pressure right now!
And I'm pretty sure I heard a slur there. And now, some autism that's good for the girls and the guys.
In case you missed it, we're currently running a Made in ANZ Humble Bundle containing some very, very cool games at an incredible price, all while supporting Doctors Without Borders, an international charity delivering emergency aid to people affected by armed conflict, epidemics, healthcare exclusion, and disasters globally. Be sure to check it out.
Hey Frosty fans, welcome to my Games Corner. I'm Nom, and you can join me on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram at Nom's Games Corner, where we talk about weird...
Now this one is a bit of a weird example. See, if you look at the face, the smile connects to the eyes, but what's behind the eyes You should be scared of her stuffies. That's the shorthand. You should be scared of her because of you. You should be scared of her because of the stuffies.
Facts about video games. Now let us take you on an introspective journey as we exclusively reveal this narrative-focused walking sim told through a preteen's YouTube video playlist. We invite you to take this opportunity to think about your relationship with play, community, and creative practice.
What's up, everyone? I'm just going through these videos that we made when we were like 12 or 13. I don't think anyone was even watching these videos. They had like, lol, 13 views. I mean, we were just having fun. Maybe it was kind of cringe, but we were just making mods and even like custom maps. Oh, and we even made my friend's childhood bedroom. I don't even know who we were making these for, but we certainly posted them for the world to see. Oh shit, sorry, I just mute that. I don't want to get demonetized. I don't know. I'm not even friends with these people anymore. I'm not even sure how I would make this stuff now. But, whatever. I'm gonna show you what we make together.
Oh, and like and subscribe.
Hey all you frosty freaks, I'm Ruby.
I'm Peter. I'm Gus.
And we're Backpocket, the only Aussie gaming talk show to have a dog called Scotty as our boss.
We create a talk show on YouTube and Twitch.
That's not funny. So you've got a mingle game that basically is a match pair, and then it transforms to match the pair again.
That goes live every Thursday.
We've been making this silly show for a long time now, playing games and talking to devs, and it's a joy to be part of the wonderful Australian games industry.
And that's why it's our pleasure to introduce the next Frosty game in this fest.
Now, grab your balls and set sail on your pirate minecart into the depths.
Strike oars to power up your ball and fight the enemy horde in a unique blend of pinball, pachinko, and bubble shooter in a game where no two runs are the same.
Oh yeah, the pirates.
Pirates. Oh yeah.
Another immersive sim? Yeah, another immersive sim. Immersive point and click sim. Ah, we're going back to the well for this one.
I'm Lucy. I'm the AD here at Frosty Games Fest, which means
The smile doesn't connect to the eyes. Her face actually doesn't look like it belongs on her body.
I'm responsible for a ton of the art and wrangling our little ice cream guy while being responsible for any crimes he commits. Coming up next, you awaken as a little troll trapped in a mysterious witch's house in this 2D hand-drawn point-and-click adventure. Piece together fragments of the past, uncover secrets, and find the secret to your escape in this upcoming title.
Interesting. So now we've got ourselves a case example of Trauma Center, but it's drawn in a Byron-esque silent film style with Victorian aspects.
Woman Jacker, Frosty Games Fest. My name is Jack with the Fingers, and I am a disabled and queer streamer on Cornerong Land with my chaotic community.
What did you say?
Woman Jacker, Frosty Games Fest. My name is Jack with the Fingers, and I am a disabled and queer streamer.
I mean, Obviously, you lost your fingers. They're amputated. But what the fuck did you just say to me? Did you just say the Australian equivalent of Talamoana?
Woman Jeko, Frosty Games.
Woman Jeko? What the fuck does that mean?
Yes, my name is Jack with the Fingers, and I am a disabled and queer streamer on Born Wrong Land with my chaotic community and my.
And it's not working. Fuck me. Fuck my deep. There we go.
Sidekick Punch. I love to play a variety of games, all with a lens of accessibility and inclusion. You can find me everywhere searching Jack with the Fingers, and you can find our new First 30 Access Review series on YouTube. Now I'm proud to introduce the next title from a team that has been vocal about the importance of accessibility in their games. Get ready to start your job as an official trading card inspector and uncover a tale of friendship, corporate espionage, and murder?
Habubis Corporation needs you to become our newest trading card inspector.
Your new cozy job as a trading card inspector will have you sorting, shredding, and valuing cards from our award-winning Habubis trading card game. You'll enjoy the many benefits of working for Habubis Corporation. Challenging work environments that provide opportunities for personal growth. Desk personalization with company-approved colors, toys, and cosmetics. The exciting ability to spend your wage on your very own Habubis card collection. Weekly access to a room containing a window, and more. Join Habubis Corporation and dive into its mysteries when Trading Card Inspector launches. Wait a minute, it's already out? I'll forget the trailer. I'm gonna go to Steam to play Trading Card Inspector right now. Prepare for your first shift in Trading Card Inspector, out now on Steam. We think you're really going to fit in with our corporate culture.
And another specific sim type, this one using the Picayune Dream aesthetic. I don't have the time to explain what Picayune Dream is. Go to Steam and look at the game, then come back here and look at it. A faster explanation would be from people who understand what, what's it called? Cruelty Squad is. The point is that it's meant to be absurdist, and it's also meant to be stylistic. I already see a name that tells me that I don't want anything to do with this gaming magazine. I see several names. Who sees it? Who sees it? Who sees it? Who sees the problem? It should be blaringly obvious if you know anything about games journalism. Who sees it? Yes, Alana Pierce. There's a bunch of other names in this list if you know anything about it too that you should recognize. But no, I want nothing to do with Alana Pierce.
Penguin Colony is one of those stories which I'm really happy we are making. They don't get made often. It's a new type of cosmic horror game where you're a penguin instead of a human. You're from the southern hemisphere, not the north. It's the story of dual narration. Nazi relic hunters have stumbled their way into the Lovecraft mythos, and they think they found their ancestors. From the south, it's what our whānau would be doing in a story like this, cleaning up their mess. My niece is voicing the Kaitiaki entirely in Te Reo Māori.
Pahiro tau, ka puta anō te kāranga. Me tūngā tāne no ngā iwi maha o Aotearoa ki te whakahe.
Tim did the Kiratui and placed it digitally. I think about Kiratui a lot. It's one of those recent Māori inventions, made by Māori, but it's for everyone. That's the joy of this new way of storytelling. Anything's possible.
Hello, Frosty Games Fest. My name is Reeps, and I'm a horror games fanatic, obsessed with lore and theories, as you can find out on my YouTube channel.
You look like you are a sketch being done by Toby Turner!
But most importantly, coming up next, take on the role of an outcast fledgling alchemist, crafting potent potions and uncovering secrets in this hand-drawn Lovecraftian thriller with a brand new demo out now.
And another absurdist game. Apathema.
Hey folks, I'm Maddie, the solo dev at Silver Stitch Productions. I'm here to introduce my game Management in Space, a retro sci-fi management roguelite where you build space stations to pay off a massive debt. It's still an alpha with a ways to go, but I'm excited to share where it's at, plus a special surprise for you all at the end. Enjoy!
Management in Space. That game is funded by the Australian government. Right there, bottom right corner. Screen Australia and the Australian government. Does that mean the game is good, or does that mean the game is bad? I'll let you answer that question. And now it's another immersive sim. What time is it? 6:02? Damn. I think I'm going to split day 5 into 2 parts, because Gaming Pride took a while. So at the end of this one, I'm going to call the stream, but I will be back later, because I still have to do 4 hours of Deadlock. What? Attack of the Astrals. Turn-based movement. Looks like a game that I actually play.
Don't worry, there's still a lot more announcements to come. This is just a quick reminder that you can find all the games we're spotlighting today in our Frosty Games event on Steam. One of the best ways you can show support is to head over and give your favourite games a wishlist right after the show.
Hello, Frosty Games Fest. I'm Cassidy, a cosplayer and horror streamer based in Auckland, New Zealand.
Girl, I can tell. Your cheeks are too fucking blush. And you have way too many Funko Pops. Way too many Funko Pops. And one too many Snorlax. And Pokemon in general. Yes, I see the Jolteon, I see the Espeon, I see the Blastoise, and I see the Gengar behind you. I'm more focused on and the Bulbasaur on the left. And the various other EV transformations you have buried behind all the other stuffies and shit on your shelf. I'm more concerned about the fact you have two Snorlaxes. Snorlax Eye, if you will. And again, the wall of Funko Pops. You could only be either a broadcaster or a player of Dead by Daylight. There is no option.
And I'm not playing Dead by Daylight. You can catch me.
Apollo! Take it away! Take it away! Take it away from me! Take away your gift of perceivance and future sight! I don't want it anymore! I don't want it anymore! Take it away! Take it away! It stopped being fun years ago! Stop it! Stop it! I'm crying real tears! Stop it! Ow! God damn it! Ah! Same second delivery! Same shit! It's the same shit! It's in the 6th second I'm right! Okay.
Playing indie horror games. You can find me at Catsidy on most platforms. Up next, I'm excited to formally reveal this co-op survival horror game set in a supernatural nuclear apocalypse. Drop down.
Just say friend swap! It's cleaner!
Run into abandoned cities with your crew to extract loot from radioactive anomalies. Avoid or fight gruesome monsters.
And stop blinking like that, guys! You're too goddamn green!
And arm yourself with arms.
Procedurally generated sci-fi world where you explore and you basically get revived on death. Oh, and it's a 2D chest. It's a 2D cultivation sim. A game called Coup, which effectively is another simulacrum horror game. Warning, if Sleeper is exited, sentience will awake. Once begun, it will continue for the turn of one full moon. If prepared for the next 30 days without interruption, open Sleeper door to enter Moonhouse 5. interactive tragedy. That moved too fast. Yes, Coup, an interactive tragedy by Zach Dodson.
Hi friends, I'm Steph Panacasio, and I am a journalist, presenter, and creator who loves all things RPGs, narratives, TCGs, and celebrating freaky little guys in our games. You can...
No, you're not. You're a person who's a fan of very specific ways to read very specific things. The first thing that draws my eyes is the books, and the books that are on the shelf that are hidden in the corner behind all of the paraphernalia. The next thing that draws my eye is the top corner of the left, and then the mid corner of this, of the third section of the screen, namely Mass Effect, The Hobbit, and The Lord of the Rings. At least 2 different versions of it, including an official movie book version of The Lord of the Rings for the visual companion books. You must be one of those revisionists that want to poison his work because you believe that it should have a certain kind of interpretation, isn't it?
Find me at Steph Panacasio on pretty much every platform. I'm the only one, so it's reasonably easy to find. Now, get ready to balance work, vampirism, and partying like it's 1999 in King's Cross, Sydney during the final year of the millennium. Find the meaning of life between night shifts at your dead-end job and try your best to keep the dark desires at bay. Or don't. You're a vampire after all.
Night Shift 1991. It's obviously a adventure game. Ow, my chest. It's obviously an adventure game, but it looks like it's going a certain way with it. And then another Hades-like in the form of a game called Hawker. So you explore dungeons during the day, and you sell your loot by night, because you're being exploited by death? Okay. Sounds groovy. And you get 30 days in which to pay off an alleged impossible debt. Akashic Slingshot, otherwise known as demade 2D Terraria. Might as well be 2D Terraria, if you can demake Terraria, that is.
Hi Frosty fans, my name is Revi, I go by Cackle Finkies, I'm a variety streamer so I love to stream from cute to hard games.
You know, if you wanted to be goth, there are easier ways in which to achieve the dead-eye look. That just gave me a little bit of a jump scare. Just a little bit. Ugh.
Me and my community really love to uplift indie games and the devs that create them by wishlisting the games or trying out new demos that come out. You can find my streams on Twitch or YouTube, just search the name Cackle Finkies to find me. I'm stoked to introduce our next game, a mysterious and macabre—
Are you stoked? Your voice is monotone, bitch!
point-and-click adventure. Join Nora as she attempts to uncover the secrets of Gruesome Grove and the mysterious disappearance of her fellow townsfolk.
Something
is coming. The silent spark
So basically, another point-and-click adventure game.
ignites the cascade.
You've really gone off the deep end, haven't you?
I'm just out in the wilderness looking for cryptids. Nothing crazy about that.
Narrative. Yeah, it's point-and-click narrative adventure game, but with various little mini-games that basically are photography.
Why do I get the feeling I'm being watched?
Something strange lives on this mountain. I've never heard anything like it before.
Everyone has their version of the truth. Maybe you can piece it together.
One way to find out.
So, cozy cultivation sim, but you have a small pig that can't stop eating shit. And it's one part pushonomics and potion craft, and one part exploration and discovery? Okay. Unqualified. And it's a drawing game. And a discovery game.
Hi everyone, I'm Bloody Drongo, and I love strategy, simulation, and sandbox games. On my channel, I do first-time playthroughs and challenge runs of those genres.
I see minifigs, but I can't tell what they are because this camera does not have good definition.
You can find me on both Twitch and YouTube as Bloody Drongo. This next game is an ultra-tactile, single-player simulator all about cleaning retro video games. Get ready to purchase and carefully unwrap sealed packages, scrub away the grime, and personalize your space.
They've already shown off Cozy Resurrection game, so I guess they're now taking their credit since this is one of theirs. Another explorable culturation sim. We have the explorable minigames.
Make sure you check out the huge variety of other incredible Summer Games Fest showcases happening this weekend. Who knows where you'll discover your next favourite game. There's really something for everyone, so head to summergamefest.com for all the links. Okay, now back.
Why did they list wholesome games on top of women-led games? Or is it because they are technically together and women-led games is a part of wholesome games? I don't know. That looks like somebody fucked up with the logos.
To the show.
Hi Frosty fans, my name's Pritika and I'm the Social and Community Manager for Frosty Games Fest.
Another case example of when the eyes are dead but the smile says, I'm okay.
This game has me buzzing. It finds you washed up on the shore of a mysterious island, populated only with bees. In this relaxing idle clicker game, you'll plant flowers and befriend the bees in your quest to uncover the mysterious island's secrets. It's another great day saving the bees. Enjoy!
And you can pet the bees too. Yep, that's just finna sell fucking... That's just finna sell! That's finna sell! And the other clicker, the other idle clicker game, or procedural I should say, that was also shown, which is the sludge cleaner.
What is up? It is your boy Silverwise coming all the way from Aotearoa to tell you about this next game. You're gonna love it, right? It's got all the C's you want. It's got some chaos in there, you know, it's got some
You look like a drug dealer.
combat in there as well, and it's got that other C. You know, my favorite one. It's cooking. It's cooking. That's what it is, cooking. Welcome to...
That is a joke that only works in New Zealand because you guys call each other the slur as a term of endearment. See, nigga! Nigga. It rolls off the tongue. You can only really be offended if you don't like hearing the word. Cracker. It's a little more aggressive. And it's one that ends in a safe ER. But, not a problem. Bitch. Aggressive. Very, very hard slur. Just as many other slurs that we will not be saying. But country matters. Woo! That is not a word that we as American people can never claim. No, we can never claim that. That is y'all. That is y'all's word.
The wasteland, everybody, where the hot dogs are a little bit sus, you know, and those customers, they're dangerous as hell. And I don't know how this happened, but you might be the last hope. You might be the last hope for a good Frankfurt and bun combination, yeah? It's greasy, it's violent, it's disgusting, and it probably violates a lot of the health codes, okay? But nevertheless, it's hospitality, baby. Sit back and take a look.
Wasteland hot dog game? Yeah, Doomsday Diner. So, this is again one of theirs. Oh boy, bee golf! So we got parkour golf. We've got a possessed ball that's getting bounced around various different levels that are basically Mario Golf. And now we've got bee golf. And then we have a roguelike Castle Crashers copy called Box Knight.
It's almost time to say goodbye, but we've still got a surprise or two in store, so don't go anywhere just yet. The Frosty Games mission is to celebrate everything that makes ANZ games the coolest. We punch above our weight down here from the bottom of the world, and we want to connect more players across the globe with the variety of incredible games that get made here. But again, we couldn't do any of that without the support of our fantastic 2026 sponsors, Code and Strange Scaffold. Their support allows us to showcase a wide variety of studios, developers, and projects, so please make time to check them out and support them too. We also want to give a big thank you to Jeff Keighley and the Summer Game Fest team for featuring Frosty as part of their official lineup and helping to put an even bigger spotlight on the coolest games made in ANZ. Lastly, we want to thank all the developers who worked so hard to showcase their awesome announcements today, and we want to thank you for tuning in to see them. If you enjoyed the show today, please consider signing up to the Frosty Fans mailing list at frostygamesfest.com for more news and updates from us all year round. And while you're on the website, remember you'll also be able to find that complete list of all of the games in today's show, as well as a link to the Steam event. Again, a wishlist is an incredible way to show your support to your favorite upcoming games. And now, I think that makes it time for one last thing.
So basically, Outback Marley and me? Apparently so. The Australians really love point-and-click adventure games and various forms of autism simulators, don't they? They also apparently love non-Euclidean horror games and games that reach around to the absurdist design, but that's neither putting here nor there. Either way, goddamn! I can only imagine what's inside the PC showcase and what's inside the India showcase. Even if it was Bing Bing Sahor, they have to be non-stop gay cringe and a pretty tight show, pun not included, from the Australians. So, like I said, I'm going to cut it in half. So we're going to stop here, and the last ones are the India Game Showcase and the PC Gaming Showcase. Lord have mercy. PC Gamer Showcase by itself is 2 hours and 15 minutes. And the India Showcase is a tight hour. $59 minutes. That's actually 3 minutes over. It's still technically a tight hour. I don't know if I'll do it tomorrow. I probably should, because I want it to be done and over. But, oh my god. This was just basically the gay cringe show, featuring gay cringe. Oh, fuck! And then the Aussies in the corner bringing it up the back and bringing it up the back end. Pun definitely included. I cannot believe half the shit they put in the Gaming Pride Showcase. I can't believe you let that man get on stage with fetish gear. Again, scripted show. You knew that was the footage you turned in. You knew! You knew! You fucking knew! And you still put his ass up there on that screen. Representing all of the gamers. All of the gamers. You put his ass up there. And you let him act a fool. In his fucking leather straps and pearls. whatever comes from that kind of criticism, from whomever was a part of and paid attention to those events, you deserve what comes with it. Shame. Shame. Shame and the smell. Okay. I'm going to cook dinner early today, and I will be back within 30 minutes. 4 hours of deadlock. 4 hours of deadlock. 4 hours of deadlock. Ugh! I will see you all. Same Carl time, same Carl channel. Girdle your loins. Girdle your fucking loins.